Hey, hey, hey. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's been a minute, I know. uh, but welcome to the Not Too Late Truth Talk Show. Yes, yes, yes. Good to have you people here. Hopefully, I'm live. You can hear me and see me in the little box. Should be screen sharing right off the bat. Um, and I think Brian Stavely's still live on D Live. I'm not sure. Maybe not. Yeah. But he's showing some of his footage from 9/11, and then I think he's supposed to take some calls at some point too. So who knows? Maybe we'll call Brian live on the show here. Hey Mason, good to see you. Hey Truth Seeker 69, Jen, good to see you. And Sue was in here earlier. Sue, hey hey Sue, if you come back, good to see you. Rick Swain, hey hey hey, what's happening? No pain, Rick Swain. Uh, All right, I appreciate y'all jumping in, and I don't have a whole lot of things to share, but we'll get down, we'll boogie a little bit. Um, I do want to start off by sharing a video put out by Jonathan Kahn, and then we're going to go into Blind 11 stuff since it is, still Blind 11 today, 9/11, and I'm going to tell my personal story, my personal connection to 9/11. I've told it before, and I'm going to tell it again. My dad's, me and my dad's connection, and then my dad's brother's connection too after the fact. And I'm going to share some other things I don't know if you've ever seen, but we'll find out, I guess. Hey, Scooter, good to see you. Good to see you. I saw you in Brian's chat earlier in D Live, I think, didn't I? Yes. So, all right, we're gonna get started here, and I hope you can hear me. I hope there's not too much background noise, but if so, just bear with me. Um, and let's see what we got first to share. Like I said, that message from from Rabbi Jonathan Kahn. Now, I don't agree with everything he puts out, especially don't agree with everything that this channel, the 700 Club, puts out. But this guy breaks down what happened in 9/11 on a big scale, on a Book of Revelation scale, kind of, whatever. And he's wrote the book The Harbinger, and now this is he's being interviewed by all these different groups on the second book that he's got coming out, or just came out, whatever, called The Harbinger 2. Like I said, I don't agree with every single thing he believes in, or everything he says, but when he talks about 9/11 and what happened that day, yeah, it's pretty crazy. But he's going to talk about some other things too. But anyway, all right, we're going to check this out, and hopefully they don't pull the stream on me at any point. If they do, we'll deal with it. But I'm going to go ahead and put the speed up at 125. I hope that that's not going to be a problem. We'll see if it is. But thanks again for being here. We're gonna watch this, and then we're gonna watch some other stuff, and I'm gonna talk about you know my take on Blind 11.
The Harbinger. It caused a worldwide sensation, and it was our privilege to introduce that book on this program about 8 years ago. Well, Jonathan Kahn is back with us, and today his book is called Harbinger 2. It's released again today. Take a look.
The Harbinger 2, The Return. The Harbinger 2 will reveal what could never be revealed until now. Could an ancient mystery be determining the events of our time? And does it reveal the secret of our future? What does it reveal about judgment? Are we closer now than we were before? How much time is left? Is the shaking that has come upon the world a sign of warning of things to come? Could the global pandemic, 9/11, financial collapse, and other shakings all be joined together as part of an ancient mystery?
He's with us now, an amazing scholar, Jonathan Kahn. Jonathan, it's so good to see you again. Thank you for being with us. And this new book, The Harbinger 2, well, what is he going to say about America?
Yeah, well, the ultimate thing here is, where are we now? And this is the book, Pat, that I've held back for years, because ever since I wrote The Harbinger, I knew that there was more, and that was the beginning of a template or mystery of judgment, and it has continued to this day. And what we are experiencing now, I could not just write this book. I had to wait, and about a year ago, I'm praying and saying, Lord, what's the next book? And it came that now it's time. And I had a very strong sense that this year was going to be a year of shaking, 2020. I told people about it. I spoke publicly, and that I had to write this book because this is going to be the resuming of the mystery.
Sorry about that, guys.
The shakings that are coming upon America. And I had to write this because this is where it is. And the template that I spoke first time I came there, and it was on the day, like it's on the day today. But the ultimate thing was that there is first the template of judgment is there is a shaking, there is an attack on the land. This is a biblical template, happened with America with 9/11. Then there is a window of time that the nation's given, years, to come back to God. And or template happened with America with 9/11. Then there is a window of time that the nation's given, years, to come back to God, and or head to judgment. And if it doesn't come back, then the shakings continue. And one of the things, Pat, when I look back at at the Harbinger, the original, it actually speaks about the shakings that are going to come, and also even the timing that it was to be. This is the time. 2020 is even there, and if we have time, I will share about why it had to be now. And the thing is that there is this a moment that we're in right now that is very, very crucial, because I believe it's critical. We are on the cusp of something very gigantic. So it's going to reveal: are we approaching judgment? How much time do we have? What do we need to know for the days ahead? And so the Harbinger 2 is going to open up that. It's going to taking it where it was. So it's things that I have not revealed before that go all the way from 9/11 that are affecting us now to what's happened since the Harbinger came out. Has the Harbingers continued? Well, they have. And then where we are right now, is there a mystery behind it, and is there hope? So it's all that. That's what the Harbinger 2 is going to open up.
John, why is 9/11 important to you?
Yeah, well, 9/11, if you look at the original template of in the Bible, it always begins, the warning of a nation, that's under judgment, is this strike that comes on the land. And it's a wake-up call. And we knew that back then, but that happened with America. But here, I'll give you an example of things that I did not reveal in the Harbinger that have to do with now as well, from 9/11. One of the things is this: when God starts warning a nation of judgment, he allows the powers of that nation to be shaken, and actually takes the nation to its foundation. Well, what was the foundation of America's military power? America's this military superpower. It really rose in 1941 when it entered the war, and it never has stopped. Well, at the same moment that it entered the war, the rise, a building was built, which was the Pentagon, which has represented that. Well, when was the Pentagon built? The Pentagon was birthed on September 11th.
Did you hear that? The Pentagon was birthed on 9/11.
Birthed on September 11th, the very day. In 1941, and so the ancient mystery that things come back to the foundation. And Pat, it replaced a building. It was called the War Department that had existed for 60 years. If you take the day that the Pentagon was begun at 60 years, it comes to September 11th, 2001. And it wasn't just that. Even the rise of America's economic power. Where did that focus on? New York City. When did New York City begin? When was that planted? When Henry Hudson discovered it. What day was it? September 11th. The rise of America's economic power, the rise of its military power, and the warning, Pat, is that these are symbols of something to come. That if America does not come back to God, its powers will be shaken, will crumble. And the other thing is I never shared this, just days before 9/11, there was an appointed word. In the synagogues, they open up the scrolls from words that are appointed from ancient times. They open up the scrolls, and the word that was appointed for just before 9/11 was the word of warning, when God is talking about a nation that has been blessed by the blessings of God, and it turns away. He says, then these things are going to come upon you. And it says that an enemy from far away is going to come and strike you at your gate. Well, the gate of America's New York, 9/11, it says the enemy will come like an eagle swooping down. Literally, 9/11 happened that way too. This is a classic sign of the beginning of judgment, and the swooping eagle. And on the first plane that began 9/11, there was actually an image on the back, and it was an image of an eagle swooping down.
Yeah,
so
no
I'll
plane.
just mention one more from there, and then it goes to where we are now. But another one is that there's a sign in the Bible that alarm that an enemy is coming to strike a city. Well, that's the sound of the shofar, the watchman. Well, people don't realize this, but before anybody knew about 9/11, on that morning, all around the Northeast, the sound of God's alarm starts sounding throughout the Northeast, and it starts sounding in the places where the terrorists are. As they go to one place, it sounds there. Go to Boston, it sounds there. New York, it sounds there. It was appointed from ancient times for that day, and it's appointed to sound until about 10:30. Well, the last event of 9/11, the fall of the tower, happens about 10:29, and then the alarm stopped. And so the trumpets are sounding. God is warning, and that's really where we are now. We're at a much more critical space because it hasn't stopped since the harbinger came out. There are more harbingers that have appeared.
John, what's 19 years? What's that got to do with it?
Yeah. Okay. This is the. It's called the 19-year mystery in a chapter in the new book that has to do with the timing of the shaking. Now, I said that the beginning of the warning and shaking of a nation is that first strike. But then there is this window of time, this window where the nation has to come back. Well, how long is it? In the Harbinger, when I look back, Pat, at things to come, it said that chapter, it says, it gives dates, and the classic dates are, it's a 19-year period. In ancient Israel, Nebuchadnezzar struck the land at 605, and then he came back. The bigger shaking come back in 586. That's 19 years again and again, the 19th year. Well, when did that happen? 2001. When is the 19th year? Does the mystery pinpoint the time of shaking? It pinpoints the year 2020. 19 years from 9/11 is 2020. And in the original template, it speaks of the shakings that will come. Shakings of division of the land, disorder in the land, economic collapse, the infrastructure, all of these things that are happening now. And not only that, but the prophet Jeremiah, literally, when he spoke about what was going to happen in the 19th year, he speaks about a plague or a pestilence or pandemic that will come upon the land. And even behind that is a mind-blowing mystery about what's happening now.
Jonathan, there was something else that triggered the time when our Supreme Court ruled about that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's one of the signs or harbingers that have happened since I first came to the 700 Club. And there is a date on the Hebrew calendar, you can see it in the Bible, that when the walls of the nations, the hedge of protection is breached. It's attacked. It happened in 586 when Nebuchadnezzar, breached the walls. It happened on the day called the 9th of Tammuz. Now, this became a day of mourning and on the Hebrew calendar. And so it's the day that the hedge is breached and the defense of the nation is abandoned. Well, 9th of Tammuz. Well, a number of years ago, the Supreme Court of America, through the Supreme Court, struck down marriage as we know it, the biblical, which is a hedge of protection on a civilization. It happened on June 26, 2015. But he was on the Bible's calendar. It was the 9th of Tammuz, the day that the walls that are protecting the nation struck down, and when it heads to judgment on the actual exact biblical day.
So what do you think is next? I mean, 2020 is the key year. What can happen next?
Well, I believe that the shakings that have come, and I shared this at the beginning of the year, it's not over. I believe there are greater things to come. I believe that we are this September. We're starting September right now, and the book is released today. Because I believe there's not an accident. That we are heading to a very critical period, and that if we don't come back, if we don't turn, if there's not a revival, that we are heading to some very gigantic things. I believe at the same time that there is hope. One of the things about the book, and so people realize, it leads to what is the hope? How can we turn it around? Well, the Bible gives an answer on that, and the only answer is revival, and the only way revival comes is through repentance. So, and I believe, people have asked me for years, Pat, is there going to be judgment or is it going to be revival? And I say, sometimes there can be both. Sometimes there can be shaking through which revival comes. So, we know the scripture, and I know we'll talk at another time, but I remember 40 years ago when you were there at the Washington for Jesus, that was major, a sacred gathering for revival. I believe it touched history. I believe it's even more critical now. And that scripture, which is 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people called by my name will humble themselves, pray, seek my face, turn from their evil ways, I'll hear from heaven, I'll forgive their sin, I will heal their land. But people don't realize, if you look at the verse before, maybe some people do now, look at the verse before, it gives the context. It says, if I send a plague on the land, then it says, if my people who are called by my name. So I believe, Pat, that this is a most critical time right now. This is the 19th year. This is also the autumn, a very key period, and we are at an election that is crucial. So I believe this is crucial. We've called for something called the return. I know we'll talk about it, but National Day on September 26th of prayer and repentance. But I believe it's crucial, Pat. As if I could ever say this, if I ever sounded the trumpet, it's now.
Well, the return, a group of signed off on that to go to Washington and cry out to God.
And much love for you too, Jen.
If my people would call,
make sure you're all subscribed to Jen and her backup channel.
Yeah, that is the ultimate thing, and that is this is a call. Now, whether people come to Washington on that day, September 6th, the National Mall will be the whole day at the Washington Monument. But also, if you can't come at home, wherever you are, it doesn't matter, in your churches. It is so crucial. All the signs have pointed. I said to the Lord once, I said, Lord, this is a heavy message, and He said, yeah, but if you don't sound the trumpet, If you don't sound the trumpet, then it's going to come and you're going to be responsible. So the Harbinger 2 it was so heavy upon me, Pat, that this year before it happened, and I started writing it in January, and then everything started. That this is the crucial year. This is a crucial period right now, and we have to come back. We have to return. All the signs are appearing, and even this pandemic, that's happening, has all the signs of a biblical mystery that says that the hour is crucial, critical. It is time to be on our faces for the Lord.
You talked about the planting of a peace tree that is now dead. What is the significance of that?
Yeah, well, Pat, when I first came on with you,
check this out about the tree.
Well, one of the signs in the Bible of the fall of a nation is the fall of a particular tree, and that tree is called the Erez tree. Now, one of the 9 harbingers in the original book that they planted at ground zero after 9/11 they called it the tree of hope. We're coming back stronger. Well, it's an Erez tree, biblical Erez tree. One of the signs of the Bible is the withering away of a tree. What happened to that tree? That tree, that harbinger, started literally withering away, and then it actually was destroyed. It fell. And this is a sign of the Bible. It talks about the fall of the cedar or the Erez tree. It fell on a Hebrew holiday on Passover. And that night, literally the moon turned blood red. With another sign of the Bible. All these things. And the warning is, if you remember the harbinger, it was the sycamore. It says the sycamore has fallen. That linked to 9/11.
Hey, Terra Nova,
the fall of the Erez tree is a much heavier sign. And it's saying that America has been withering away spiritually. And if it does not come back, there's going to be a great fall that's going to be greater than 9/11.
What do you think that's going to be, Jonathan?
I believe that on one hand, when I look back, Pat, I look back at the chapter that said things to come in the original book, the Harbinger, and it speaks about disorder, division of a nation, dividing of a nation, the breakdown of infrastructure, economic collapse, natural calamity, and man-made calamity. I believe that any of these things can. I mean, there are many things that the way it can manifest, but I believe these things. We're gonna, if we don't come back, we're gonna see a fall, and we're gonna see a crumbling of America. And I believe we're already seeing the signs. Pat, one of the things I mentioned that Jeremiah prophesied that in the 19th year a plague would come on the land, but he actually linked it. He said that one of the reasons this is coming is because of what you have done to your children. They offered up their children. We've offered up millions of children. Do you know, Pat, that the day, the day that they identified, the plague in America, it was called Patient Zero in Seattle, I'm sure, and then the headlines next day all over America that the plague has come to America. The date next to the headlines was January 22nd. That is the day that America legalized abortion. And it's also exactly 1 year anniversary to the day when New York passed that gruesome law and to celebrate, to kill children, lit up the tower, the harbinger at ground zero. It came the same day. So I believe when you look back in the Bible at when these things came, there are several ways it came. Through the sword. The Bible speaks about famine, a sword, and pestilence.
Jonathan, the book is called The Harbinger. We're running out of time. Thank you so much. It's released today. The Harbinger 2, The Return. You don't want to miss this one. It's available wherever books are sold. And Jonathan, you're tremendous.
I'm going to have to share one of these days the full breakdown he does on 9/11. It is mind-blowing. I mean, he breaks it down for you. Very, very good. Like what it means as far as prophecy being fulfilled. And the Pope coming to America. I was going to show y'all this. This is the night before 9/11. NYC newscast before the terror attacks. The night before the attacks. Before the false flag attack, I should say.
It's actually in pretty good shape now as we work into clear.
This is the news leader. ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Tonight, concern and outrage from parents about a party where a stripper performed for high school football players.
Imagine that.
Plus, we're live in Denver for a wrap-up of tonight's showdown between the Giants and the Broncos. Good evening, everyone. I'm Diana Williams.
And I'm Bill Ritter. Thanks for staying up. Those stories in a moment. But first, some big basketball news tonight. Very big basketball news. The best basketball player ever tonight, all but confirming he's coming back. Michael Jordan telling a group of reporters in Chicago he will play again, quote, for the...
We'll show you what it looks like. This shot showing you lower Manhattan, and everything is actually in pretty good shape now as we work into clear. But for us, bright sunny skies, 65 degrees at 7 o'clock in the morning, and sunny and pleasant for the rest of the day.
Oh, it wasn't pleasant.
It's kind of a guilty pleasure, as beautiful as this weather is going to be. The 5-day, look at this, 78 degrees on Wednesday. Thursday, I think I'm even overdone with the clouds there. I think it turns out to be a little bit nicer. Friday, very nice. Saturday, beautiful, cool, pleasant days.
That's the news for now. Thanks so much for watching. Have a Good morning, everyone. I'm Diana Williams.
And I'm Bill Ritter. Nightline is up next, and Eyewitness News returns in just a few hours at 5 a.m. with live election coverage from the polls. For all of us here, Sam, Scott, and Denver, the entire team, have a great morning. See you tomorrow.
What you got?
What a joke. All right. This is a trailer for 9/11, the Pentagon. New special premieres 9/11 at 9/8 Central. This was today, coming out today, I think. So, yeah.
After the second strike on the World Trade Center,
Propaganda.
Flight 77 is circling just
crap
west
here.
of Washington, D.C. It's spotted by a National Guard pilot who's flying a mission over the city.
Gopher 06, traffic is 11 o'clock and 5 miles northbound, fast moving, type and altitude unknown. Looks like a 757, sir. A 757, can you estimate his altitude? Looks like he's at full altitude right now, sir.
Not 2 minutes after I speculated that the plane was more likely to hit the Pentagon, suddenly we could hear the sound of an airliner. We could hear jet engines at full throttle. I remember looking away from the TV at this point because it's no longer something that's happening in New York.
That traffic should go for 06 is still in a descent now. Looks like he just rolled out. I was on the
Mandela affected
to
plane.
Explain to my ex-wife
The ninjas
and her
look so
students what a
stupid.
coordinated attack was. I told them not to jump to conclusions.
The sound was growing louder and louder and louder.
The chief of staff said, all right, Keiko, what do you have?
You wonder if these were the last moments of your life.
And as I began to talk, there was the loudest sound.
And just as I finished that sentence,
boom.
Yeah, the bomb went off.
Jim Miklaszewski has some new information at the Pentagon. I hope you'll
Damn,
stand
sure
by and
wasn't no
continue to talk
plane.
with us, Mick.
Katie, I don't want to alarm anybody right now, but apparently it felt just a few moments ago like there was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon.
The Boeing 757 crashed into the west wall of the
Nice,
Pentagon's
Scooter.
E-ring at 530 miles per hour.
Oh, crap.
The front of the aircraft punched a hole through the limestone.
And then the
It just began
plane
rolling
disintegrated,
through
right?
the outer E-ring of
Yeah.
the building where some Army accounting offices were, then into the D-ring where the Navy Command Center was, then continued into the C-ring where some of the Defense Intelligence Agency comptroller offices were.
have heavy smoke showing from the structure.
The plane hit a little more than 100 yards away from where we were standing. You're alive. That's the first thought that goes through your head. I'm alive.
I was thrown to the other side of the room. I want to say I was knocked out for a while, a minute or two, because I didn't know where I was.
And you could hear the noise.
Yeah, they
of the
knocked you
impact
out.
resonating down the corridors, and it was extremely loud.
You could see fire come from the E-ring, and all of a sudden it just got so dark. The electricity, the power, everything went out.
Like they don't have
and
emergency
all
lights.
Of a sudden the room filled up with smoke.
The plane is carrying more than 7,000 gallons of jet fuel when it strikes.
Oh, crap.
Igniting a fire that will burn at a searing 1,740 degrees. On the second floor, directly above the point of impact, Marilyn Wills is trapped in its path.
I know there is a door in that conference room to the right-hand side that would lead out onto the E-ring. So I grabbed that door and immediately pulled my hand back, said, oh my God, that is hot. I couldn't open it. I do remember crawling across the table. It was all about getting out of this building.
Wow. What a bunch of propaganda. Nice. Y'all probably seen this before, but it's just so ridiculous. We might as well watch it again. Crowds, my butt. I think crowds. That's a few people.
You with me, John?
She was smirking.
I don't know. Let's just get back. Get back. You with me, John?
I just think there's going to be another explosion.
Do you think there's going to be another explosion? Did you hear that? Yeah, because that's all there was. There wasn't no planes. Crooked FBI agents there for you. Now, see, these are not people that came out of the towers. These are people that panicked and are coming out of stores and stuff.
You okay?
Because most of them are not wearing business suits and other attire that they would be wearing going into the towers. See, these are just people that were out on the street. The second time we've seen that lady who was smirking.
Situation that started bad just gets worse and worse and worse. The World Trade Center. Oh my God. Was that so?
Anthony, watch me.
All that paper, there should be a lot more debris. And there's not. They didn't find a bunch of office equipment, office furniture and all that kind of stuff. There wasn't thousands of body parts.
I thought it was the third plane, though. No, the whole top came off. The whole top came off. And then the smoke, all of a sudden, I seen the smoke fall. I was standing next to the lieutenant, and all of a sudden, I couldn't see him. We were under the truck. The top came off.
It's a very good definition.
And the fire door on 76 was locked. Anthony, let's get the fuck out of here.
He wasn't on 76. He wasn't on 7 or 6 or any floor.
Jason, this is you. Get up there. Look at this shit, man. Can you believe this shit? No. You got a cell phone. Oh, God.
Anybody need some water? I expected 8x10 glossies. I Where are we even going?
We got to get you to the medical station so you can get your eyes cleaned out. I can go bed.
Medical station.
100 feet ahead. Everybody go straight. This ambulance is about 100 feet ahead.
Masketeer. All right. Well, that was that. I don't think I'd seen that full thing before, the full video. Why isn't it going away? There we go. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat right now. It's just on my phone, and it keeps turning off on me. So just hang on a second. Dust lady dies of stomach cancer, aged at 42. That lady there that was covered in dust, she came out more covered than anybody else. Imagine that. All that asbestos that they blew up in there. All right, so we got through all that stuff. Let's see. Come on. Trying to get rid of these videos real quick and we'll move on. Come on. You can do it. Oh, okay. Let's see. So, let's pop in here in the chat real quick. Oh, come on. Hey, Dean HD. Good to see you. Good to see you, Dean. And everybody else. Let's see. So, Scott Watts, welcome if you're still here. And all the regulars, good to see you guys. All right, so first of all, let me show you this real quick. This is LinkedIn. This is my only blood uncle. I have a few, uncles by marriage, but this is my dad's brother. My mom had 4 sisters, no brothers. My dad had 1 brother and 2 twin sisters. But anyway, so here's my uncle's experience of district chief, field operations bureau, Orlando Fire Department, 1974, the year I was born, to 2004. 30 years. That's a long time. My uncle was sent up to, at that time, was a fire captain of the Orlando, Florida downtown fire department. And he was sent up immediately after 9/11 happened to help with everything up there, to assist the other, captains, chiefs, and everything, whatever. I can't prove it 1,000%, but I believe my uncle was paid off to keep quiet. He's never been willing to talk about 9/11 and what he saw or didn't see there. And so I don't appreciate that. I haven't seen my uncle in years, and I'm hoping at least, someday he will tell what he knows, because I'm sure he knows that it was an inside job, a false flag terror attack, and that thousands of people didn't die, and all that stuff, that we've come to find out about 9/11, but he was set to retire with like 20, let's see. He had close to 30 years, but he was going to retire before 30 years. That I do know. And after he went to 9/11 and came back, they offered him like 200,000 in bonus to stay on for 2 more years, which is ridiculous, because they, that's way more money, than they would even have to spend in their budget, So they were going to pay him his regular yearly. They did pay him his regular yearly salary plus the bonus, And I don't know. I think he was paid off. Anyway, we'll see if he'll ever come clean. That's my only blood uncle. I haven't seen him in like 10 years now, but yeah, he was there. He definitely knows some stuff that we would like to know. So there's that. All right, so Here is Muhammad Atta. This is the number one guy. This is the ringleader. Okay. Uh, and I find it funny that he was born on September 1st, 1968. So, and they say he died on September 11th, 2001, of course. He was Egyptian. He wasn't even Saudi Arabian like the other ones. He was Egyptian. Okay. Till his dad died a number of years back, he always said that his son did not have anything to do. You know, he was a patsy or whatever. He didn't. He was not a part of 9/11 like they said. And his mother, we're going to get into too. Definitely, has been fighting to say that he didn't do what they say he did. And of course, we know that it didn't go down the way they say he did. He was the ringleader, and he was the one they said flew into the North Tower, and they credit him with and he was 33 years old. They throw that in there, of course. Yeah, 33. He was the oldest of the 19 hijackers, and he is responsible, they say, for 1,600 deaths. From that tower that he crashed into. They say, of course, which we know he didn't. But anyway, so what I'm getting at with this is my other personal connection with 9/11, folks, is that my dad rented this guy and one of the other hijackers an apartment. Yes. And I was there when my dad rented the apartment, standing right behind my dad, watching him and the other guys sign the lease. And I was called in to do maintenance in their apartment while they were living there. Yeah, and they were training at NAS Pensacola. Yeah, the Navy base here. That's right, they were, and they were used as patsies not long after that. So anyway, um, after 9/11 happened, me and my dad, of course, immediately called the FBI, and the FBI was not interested in anything we had to say. Of course, though, they did hurry and come and clean out their apartments, which there wasn't much in their apartment. I had been in there while they were in there, and there wasn't furniture really. And they just had mattresses. They didn't have a bunch of stuff, They were there as students, and whatever. They weren't going to be there that long, but so the FBI came and took all their stuff and wouldn't answer any of our questions at all, and they still haven't to this day, because they took part in this thing, and they used him and others as patsies. So his mom still thinks that he's alive, and to top it off, his dad, we're going to see here in just shortly, said that Muhammad Atta called him the day after 9/11. Clearly called him the day after 9/11, so he did not die, of course, in a jet. It crashed into the building, the tower. Yep. So anyway, you're gonna see that here in just a minute. So here we go. Let's see what we have here. Muhammad Atta is alive. This is what I put in. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, this is a website called After the Shift. I find that pretty interesting. After the shift, just handing out light bulbs. Okay. But anyway, the video I guess is gone. But is Muhammad Atta still alive and being held in Guantanamo Bay? Because that's what his mom believes, and it's probably a good chance that he is in Guantanamo Bay, or dead now that they've killed him off. All right, so we're going to move on to that's the after the shift there. And I guess it's new stuff there, but anyway, we'll take a look at that. But here is Muhammad Atta called his father after 9/11 who also blamed Israel Mossad for the attacks. Imagine that. Well, definitely Israel and Mossad had a part in the false flag and terror attack with the U.S. Had a part in it with the U.S. On 9/11. So here we go with that. You'll be able to read it down here. He's not going to speak English, but.
الموضوع ده مدبر ولا يتم إلا بمعرفة جهاز مخابرات، وليس هناك جهاز مخابرات في العالم له مصلحة في أن يحدث هذا الموضوع إلا الموساد، وله سوابق. الموساد له سوابق، وسوابق تكاد تكون نسخة من هذا الحادث. ولا أقر قتل الأبرياء ولا المدنيين أبدا أيا كانت الأسباب، لأن احنا مسلمين سمحاء ولا نقتل نفسا بغير نفس أبدا، لأن من قتل، القرآن قال من قتل نفسا بغير نفس فكأنما قتل الناس جميعا.
وقال له حضرتك ايه؟
ابني يا إما مخطوف يا إما اتسرق جوه الصف.
He heard the news and saw it on TV.
يا إما اتخطف وصفوه قتلوه.
My son called me 48 hours after the incident. So a day or two after.
يمكن عقلا لمنظمة صغيرة أو متوسطة أن تنفذه.
As they fooled federal authorities, they also seem to have fooled their own relatives. The father of hijacker Mohammed Atta expressed disbelief today at his home in Egypt that his son could have been one of the suicide terrorists.
There is absolutely no link between my son and Islamic groups. Mohammed, my son, hates Osama bin Laden like he hates the sinner. He was killed, I do not know, but he called me a few days ago after the attack. Do you see me sad?
The FBI says unless he pulled a last-minute switch, Atta died as he planned when his plane crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
Imagine that. Can you imagine that? So, what do we have here? FBI. FBI has more than 80,000 secret pages on Blind 11 that could prove hijackers visited Florida family with links to Saudi royal family, but they may never be released. See that there? Yeah, the Saudis helped too. That's right. So it was the Saudis, Mossad, and the evil elite here in America that made this thing happen. And this was let's see, when was this put out? This was edited or let's see, updated in May of 2016. Yep. The FBI does nothing but lie and cover up and assist in these things. All right, so here we go. This is Mohammed Atta's girlfriend. This is talking. She also, defends him.
So the first thing I did when I got to Venice, Florida, not the first thing, but after I talked to the cops, I haven't finished telling you that. Okay, I got to go back to that. So I meet this sheriff in town, and he knows who, we're okay. I can drive around town. I can go out to the airport. I can do anything I want. And so I take the occasion to ask him, does Rudy Deckers have any priors? And he looks at me with the saddest expression on his face. I could not believe it. He said, I would like to tell you that. He said, but I can't. And I said, why can't you? And he said, because the day after September 11th, the FBI came in and confiscated all our files having anything to do with September 11th and loaded them into 2 Ryder trucks right outside this window.
No, Scott, we did not, because we didn't want to make, didn't want to mess up any evidence, so we did not go. Like I said, they were patsies, so there wasn't, there wouldn't have been anything in there really incriminating them. They were students at the Navy base here. It's ridiculous, man. Oh my gosh. It's all set up. It's all approved, and it all happens by design. That's and all those fighter jets were told to stand down. You don't think that our military, our Air Force, could have took down those planes, if they were really, going to fly into the towers, man, come on. They definitely could have. I mean, this whole thing just is, disgusting. Hey, Mad Pyman, good to see you, bro. I'd love to hear about what's going on over there. Maybe if I stay on, so hang in there. But anyway, yeah, man, I hope you're doing okay, and definitely praying for you. Oh boy.
Here and drove them up to Sarasota Airport, where they were driven onto a C-130 and flown to Washington, D.C. with Jeb Bush aboard. Now, it would have been one thing if the FBI had copied the relevant files, but they didn't. They confiscated them. And I'm here to tell you that after spending 2 years where the FBI's primary investigation was supposed to be, their 4,000-man team, I can tell you that all I saw that the FBI did was confiscate evidence and intimidate witnesses. There are a lot of people in Florida, and if you think about it, other places too, with what's known as inconvenient knowledge.
Yep, like me and my dad.
Eyewitnesses to the terrorist conspiracies, movements, and activities while they were in these United States. And I interviewed a lot of what historians call primary sources, eyewitnesses. And the thing I'm about to show you a clip from the thing I'm proudest of. And I found in the news clips half a dozen local stories about Muhammad Atta's American girlfriend, a girl by the name of Amanda Keller.
If you're wondering who this guy is, it's Brian Staveley's dad. No, just kidding. We can only wish.
And before she disappeared, she said only 11 words to reporters.
Hey, PRD.
I can't really say anything.
Hey, Mary, quiet.
She said, I'm afraid I'll get in trouble. And I was
11 people
looking
in
for
here.
her because obviously she is someone that could tell you what she saw. And it took me 6 months to find her, which is the thing I'm proudest of. I did find her. By the time I found her, it was a year after September 11th. She got a visit every week for 6 months, as did several other eyewitnesses I'm going to tell you about, from an FBI agent, not the same FBI agent, so it's not like you can blame this on a few bad apples. And the FBI agent was interested in only one thing. You haven't been talking to anybody, have you?
Okay, man.
So there it was in the newspaper. I mean, in the New York Times' own local newspaper, that Muhammad Atta had an American girlfriend. And you know what? She's a stripper, she was. She was a lingerie model. She had pink hair. All right? And I'm thinking, this is a year afterwards I discovered this. I found her a year later, and I'm going, geez, if it took me a year to find her, it would have taken the National Enquirer 2 days, 10 days. And what about terrorist girlfriend bears all. I saw a side of Muhammad no one else saw, says stripper girlfriend. Right? I mean, why haven't we seen that story? Well, you know what? That story just came out in a Berlin Daily, and I'm proud of this. The day before yesterday, they didn't review my book, but they took stuff right out of it. And this is exactly what I thought the National Enquirer would have printed. That's a picture of Amanda, a picture of Atta, and they're having some kind of kinky sex they're talking about. But and it is an illustration of how massive the cover-up has been in this country, that you haven't heard that Muhammad Atta had a girlfriend. He had a next-door neighbor. They all did. How many eyewitness accounts about these people have you read?
He's talking about the guy that my dad rented an apartment to, by the way.
So let me tell you a minute about what a primary source is. I recorded with videotape because I'm a TV producer too. But I just wanted it for documentation. I did a 3.5-hour interview. Just turned the camera on, talked to her, and I'll show you 5 minutes of it. But as you're watching, 5 minutes of it, think about what we're learning from this. Okay, this is just a girl telling her story, and she's obviously not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Although she's cleaned up her act.
Welcome
I'm not
back,
gonna tell you her story,
man.
but she's sober today, and she has 3 children. And she's 22, which is a very common story in Florida. Okay, very common story in Florida. So as we watch 5 minutes of this, think about what we're learning about Muhammad Atta just through listening to her talk. Okay, you can roll the tape.
And that was when they introduced me to everybody in the apartment. That was the first time I went over there. And that's when I met Angelina and Olivia and the big Dutch guy, but I can't remember what his name is for the life of me, but he's huge. He's like 7 feet tall. He's monstrous. I can't remember his name. He was a friend of Olivia's, and he had lived at that apartment with them. And Peter, Stefan, Timothy, and this is when I met Timothy too. And I already met Yuri again. I had seen Timothy, but I was never actually talked to him, you know. And there was some other guy that lived there, and he had dark hair, and he looked kind of like Muhammad, but he was like, he had real long hair. And he said he was from France. He was real quiet and like moody, you know. You just didn't talk to him. Did not talk to him. And they was always drinking. If it wasn't wine, it was beer or liquor or whatever. There was always some drinking. Always.
So once you met everyone there, okay, they started doing drugs in front of you?
Yeah, I guess because they considered themselves to be comfortable around me. I don't know. They pulled out coke and
You saw Muhammad doing coke?
yeah, because they borrowed $1 from me to do it, and they asked me if I wanted to do it.
Where was this?
That was at the Sentinel Apartments.
Okay.
There was a glass table that they used to cut it on, and they asked me if I wanted to do it. No. You know, that's movie shit.
Right.
You know, the first time I had ever seen it was in the movie from The Doors.
Right.
You know, so that was movie stuff. I'm like, no.
So when did Muhammad ask you to get an apartment with him? How long had you been back from Key West? I'll bet it wasn't
3
long.
days.
Yeah, I figured it wasn't long.
2 or 3 days,
Uh-huh.
maybe.
How did he say it?
He asked me if I would find an apartment to split rent with him.
Oh, okay.
Okay, whatever. I wanted an out from Robert.
Right.
So he was like open opportunity for me to run and never look back. And so I found Sandpiper Apartments. I was the one that looked for those.
Right.
And at first I had found these little dinky apartments. Tampico Bay is
Yeah.
the nursing home that I worked at right behind there.
Mhm.
I was still working for Papa John's at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Tampico Bay is right behind there. And when there's a little side street that goes like this
Mhm.
between the apartments, and
Yeah.
there's like little, I didn't know they were efficiencies, but because they said apartment in
Right.
the paper, and I went there and I'm like, no. You know, so I found Sandpiper and I met Charlie and I thought he was really nice. I liked Charlie a lot. And we went in there and I filled out the paperwork and I talked him into
Scott, you said you want to know if you or your dad are on the FBI list that you know of, and did a local news interview. No, see, we didn't call the news people. I don't think we went that far with it. We called the FBI and they laughed. They laughed at us. They were like, "Oh no, it's not him. It's not even possible." You know, they just tried to shut us down completely and just deny. You know, but we never called. You know, like and you know made a big deal about it. But I've been telling people about it for years. You know, obviously, and. It's like, see, no, only people knew that he was training here at the base, that them two guys were training here at the base, or, you know, people on the base, and, you know, maybe, you know, a few people they interacted with while they were here, but, you know, it's the pieces of the puzzle weren't put together quick enough, you know, and that, but, you know, I guarantee you that, you know, I would pass a polygraph test over what I know And those agents that laughed at us and lied to us certainly wouldn't, unless they, know how to beat one. But I know they lied to us, and I know we only reported what we knew was true. It was Muhammad Atta and one of the other guys. 1,000, 10,000%. I mean, there was no doubt in my mind or my dad's mind. My dad had a small little tiny office. They were standing right there in front of us, for 30 minutes. And then I saw them again, like I said, in their apartment. They were there. They were around. But they were patsies, clearly patsies. None of them had the skills to fly a plane, even if they had used the planes. So I mean, it's ridiculous, all of it, and it's all just lies on top of lies on top of lies, to cover up what the evil elite here did, along with help from other countries, and it is what it is. They did it so they could go after Saddam Hussein and everybody else, and they're still going to go after Iran at some point. Like they're bullying them now and trying to start a war with Iran, because that's the next country on the list. But you had Libya, you had Iraq, and other countries that they've just gone in and taken over, conquered. America is a big bully. And I can't stand that about my country, that we just bully and try and push this fake ass democracy bullcrap, on other countries. They just want chaos around the world, so they can, bring about a reset and bring about the beast system, one world, everything. But this was one of Muhammad Atta's girlfriends. Imagine that. At least she spoke out. And, looking back at it now, Scott, sure, we should have pushed the issue harder and gotten gotten the news involved. But you know what? It would have never aired, because the FBI would have stepped in and told the news, media, local news here, that they can't run anything that would speak against the narrative they put out there. That's the problem. We could have stood on the corner and screamed and yelled, or gone live on YouTube, but it wasn't even around then. And whatever, and how many people know about 9/11 as a inside job now, a false flag and terror attack? There's still hundreds of thousands, if or not millions, that have no clue of the stuff we've learned. Building 7, all the demolition stuff, all the lies of no planes and thousands of people didn't die. I'm sorry. I mean, they didn't. I totally agree with Brian on that one. That there was, matter of fact, there was thousands of people that got a call that day not to even go into to work in the towers. If there was even, there's no evidence that there was thousands of people that worked there on a daily basis anyway. So it's all hogwash. Anyway, it's 4:28 somewhere. All right, so let's just hear this last little piece here, and we're going to move on.
He used a check to pay for the apartment, and the check that he used was in the name Muhammad, and I thought the last name on there was that ARAJAKI or whatever.
Yeah, and I'll say that too. He also used Muhammad when he rented an apartment for my dad. I don't remember the last name. And my dad's office was at some point, somebody went in there and took files. Let's just put it that way. Somebody went in there. They didn't make a big mess or nothing, but they definitely stole files, including that one. So, I mean, the FBI, they make sure they dot their T's and dot their I's and cross their T's, and cover their ass as much as they need to. And it happens after all these fake shootings, fake mass shootings and whatnot. So the FBI is the evil ones. They might not be pulling the trigger, but they are covering up for those other evil ones that are, and in every case, and it's all a big program.
Whatever it was, but I only seen an A. So I don't know, maybe because
Right.
they found bank accounts. I know they told me they found bank accounts all over the place that he had, and different names and stuff. And his bank account was on Venice Island. His bank was on Venice, in Venice, and it was things that happened at the apartment. There was dirty dishes in the sink. And he was like, aren't you going to do the dishes? He made the mess. I'm like, you made the mess? You effing clean it up. He was like, that's your role. And I said, no. You're in America. My name's the primary name on the lease. I said, you're nowhere on there. I was like, this is my house. Because I talked him into using his money to get the apartment.
Okay.
So
you guys, I mean, you weren't to die for in love with him, by any means.
I could barely stand him.
What was? Okay.
I was just using him. He did have some good points. I mean, like when I first met him, he would, he knew exactly what to say to me because I guess he could see then. Because I was like afraid to because
You'd met Garrett. Where did you meet Garrett?
Margarita Maggie's and
Interesting. All right. Father of the lead 9/11 hijacker defends his son, and that's an article about him. That's him in the picture there. That's his dad, and we saw him earlier. And he was a lawyer. What did I do? Anyway, he talks about how he wasn't what they said it was. Now this is the mother. This is an article on the mother. My son is alive. U.S. is hiding the truth, says mother of 9/11 attacker. The mother of Muhammad Atta, one of the kamikaze hijackers who destroyed the World Trade Center, says she believes her son is alive and in alive at the U.S. prison in Guantanamo Bay, in an interview published Sunday in Spain. Benzina Mohammed Mustafa Shiraqui, whoa, that's a long name, but anyway, told daily newspaper El Mundo that Atta, one of the masterminds behind 9/11 attacks, was the victim of an elaborate U.S. plot and had done nothing wrong. He is alive, and this message I send my son. I think he is in Guantanamo. Son, I want to see you before I die. I'm 74, and that's 11, 7, 4, 11, and I live with the hope that you have survived. I know you never did anything wrong, and you never could have done what they said you did. She told the newspaper by telephone from Cairo, where she lives with her two daughters. The United States is hiding the truth. They are the ones who designed this attack to spread the idea that Islam is terrorism. They selected people with Arab passports to blame them and at the same time our nations and divide us, she added. The newspaper said it was the first interview which Bonzania has granted since 9/11. Atta's family has long claimed that they believe he had nothing to do with the attacks and was alive. After Muhammad Atta was first identified as one of the 9/11 hijackers of 19 hijackers of 9/11, his late father, a lawyer also named Muhammad, who died in 2008, flatly denied it, even claiming his son had phoned him from an undisclosed location the day after the attack. But after the 2005 bombings of 3 London subway train and bus, the elder Atta appeared to have accepted the loss of his son. when a CNN producer talked to him shortly after the London bombs, he boasted that his son's heroism had marked the advent of 50-year religious war, and demanded 5,000 euros for televised interview. All right. Anyway, so he was a patsy. He was not, a radical like they said he was. Yeah, yeah. And they could do that to me or you. They could throw our name out there that we did something, and who's gonna be able to prove it otherwise? Not even your own parents. It won't matter what they say. You did it. Yep. Oh dear. All right. So anyway, that is Muhammad Atta. Yep. The corporate report, 9/11 whistleblowers corporate report. I watched a little bit of that. 19 9/11 hijackers, dead or alive. With all this in mind about Muhammad Atta's supposed rental car, his whole story is beyond unusual. At first, he was suspected of being another Muhammad Atta wanted for a car bombing in Israel. It's been reported by limited sources within federal agencies and greatly written in Justin Raimondo's book, The Terror Enigma, 9/11 and the Israeli Connection. The Mossad agents posing as Israeli art students that just happened to live next door to Atta, as well as when he lived in Hamburg, Germany. Technically, Atta wasn't actually reported alive after 9/11, like how all the truthers like to sloganeer about seven hijacker being reported and alive. Weird. No one ever made a public appearance claiming his identity, looking like him. No, of course, but he called his dad after it. In fact, all these cases where the supposed hijacker made public appearances were people that either looked nothing like the actual hijacker accused, because they were either cases of similar or exact names, just having fell victim to identity theft, or because of when the authorities had displayed that early limited selection of 8 hijackers, 3 of which were wrong persons, and most people did publicly appear just like to be like the 2 living. Phew, this is stupid. All right. So anyway, Muhammad Atta called his father 9/11. And there's another one talking about he called his dad. Let's see if it's still there. But that might be the same one we watched. Look, it's already loading. Yeah, that's the same one we watched. He said his son called him. FBI suspect list. Alias is Muhammad. Yeah, so one of these Muhammad names here he used when he rented an apartment from my dad. Yeah, a couple of them went kind of look familiar. Then you have some addresses over here, but I don't see Pensacola. You got Virginia Beach, Virginia. That's crazy. You used to live there. You got Delray Beach, Florida, and Coral Springs, Florida. But it did come out that he was training here at Pensacola NAS, and that he was renting an apartment for my father, but they didn't put out that exact information. But it was confirmed that him and the other guy were training here. Let's just talk about another one that claims he wasn't a part of it. That was supposed to be the hijacker, the pilot for the hijacker for the Flight 93. There's one of the pictures of the crap they threw in there. The Patsy's, whatchamacallit, their passports. Born on May 11th. Another 11 there for you. This guy was German. Yeah, so there's still so many rabbit holes you can go down in the Blind 11. It's just unreal. So what's up, guys? We've been on for 1:11:23 right then. Wow. 1 hour, 11 minutes. You heard he was in Hollywood, Florida. Yeah, see, this was the last place he was at. I don't know if I can show you the proof now. I have seen it before, but yeah, him and the other guy was found to be going to going to school here at the Navy base, the same Navy base where that Saudi guy shot up in December, this last December. He was a patsy too, whatever. But anyway, yeah, so much corruption, so much bull crap. I'm up for a chat. All right, well. Yeah, I'll drop the link in there, man. We can chat for a little while. I'm done showing everything that I had to share at the moment. Might pull up some more, but there you go, Matt. If you'd like to join me, go ahead and pop in. We'll hang out for a little bit, and I'll tell you what's going on tomorrow and why I am fasting right now. I'm going to be fasting until tomorrow evening. Pretty interesting. I'm pretty excited. What's happening tomorrow? It's the first time in my life, and I'm going to get baptized in a river. Yeah. And by somebody who was just recently ordained as a minister, and that someone is in our community. So that's pretty cool. I get to meet somebody in our community in person tomorrow, and that's Brother Machine Monkey. So I'm looking forward to meeting with Machine Monkey tomorrow, and he's going to baptize me in the name of the Father and Son and the Holy Spirit. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be great. I know it is. So very excited about that. Hey, Matt, welcome to the show.
Oh, Tommy.
It's been a while since we've chatted.
Yeah, mate. How you been, all right?
Man, your beard just gets big, fuller and fuller, I guess, or whatever. Mine's still still growing. My grandson yanks on it and pulls hair out of it.
It's getting wider and wider, mate.
Right. Let me just stop screen share for a minute there. Yeah, it's getting wider. That's what it is. Yeah, it is getting wider. Oh wow. Yep.
Play with it all
Very,
the time, man.
very impressive. Very impressive.
Never happy. Doesn't matter how long you get, I'm never happy.
Now, see, I've been trimming up my mustache lately, so I mine can get like yours, but I don't want it in my mouth while I'm trying to eat, and that's what happens when it gets long. You know, it's like, oh, it is, isn't it, man? You're always trying to get it out of your mouth. Yeah.
My moustache sucks, mate. It's a work in progress. It's the beard was easy, right? But the moustache is really hard for me. I've got the. It's about your. It really has to do, like, you know, where it grows the most is defined by the shape of your face, you know. So people with a large top lip to nose ratio, right? They grow better moustaches.
Yeah.
Right? And you've got that. Right?
Yeah.
I don't have that, so that's why mine's crap. But that's why I grow this, mate. You know. That's the best I can do. You know? Yeah, I try hard, mate, but yeah, it's just genetics, you know.
Yeah. Gotcha. So, what's the latest there as far as the police state stuff?
Oh, I've only seen that one video that I was telling you about.
I know, but I mean, what is there anything new to report? You know.
No, nothing really. There was supposed to be protests today and tomorrow, but of course the police state were ready and organised. And last weekend there was supposedly there was a protest, but I'm pretty sure that many of the people that were there in Melbourne were supposed to be there, and they were part of the plan. They're all, you know, part of the staged protest, because there's a lot of staging going on, as you could probably tell by the people that were getting arrested. They were on the nice cushioned, freshly grown grass. It was very accommodating to staged actors being tackled to the ground while no one else was there apart from the media.
Right.
So that wasn't real, because overall there was probably somewhere between 500 and 1,000 people who actually turned up to the protest. And I'd say the majority of those people were real, but what you actually saw on the mainstream media were staged.
Right, gotcha.
Staged actions and agents, you know.
Yeah, try and make you look, all of you look bad, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, what's their next step? I mean, they're gonna keep doing whatever they can get away with, right? I mean, are they still threatening more stuff, more police stuff, you know, more state lockdown stuff?
What's been happening lately is there's been a backlash against the Premier.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it's been staged as well.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's gone mainstream, you know. And I think he's done his job, and it's time for him to move on. But the next person, they'll just take the reins, and
unfortunately,
the bullshit will continue, you know.
Yeah, they'll have somebody come along and compete against him, and like he's like a Trump figure that's, I'll fix everything, you know. But then we know that it's just a show and just a false promise of, you know, Trump. Just think about this now. Trump has been working with Israel and America by his own, you know, this is a conspiracy, he'll tell you. For 30 years, he's been trying to get a peace deal in you know, done in the Middle East. And I mean, you know, that just tells you right now how long they've been using the book of Revelation as a playbook, because that's what it talks about, you know. And so they've been for decades just planning all this stuff and you know, slowly but surely implementing it over the decades, you know. And 30, you know, what was it, 28 years ago, I was sat down you know, and red pilled and told that all this, you know, by somebody with secret clearance, top secret clearance, that all this stuff was coming someday. And like, you know, I know I've said that a lot, but you know, it's just crazy. I'm still in shock even to this day. Sometimes, you know, when I think about it, that we're here, you know, where I was told we were going to be someday. You know, you know, I put some of it in the back of my mind and said, oh, it'll never get that bad. But we're seeing these things, and it's just blowing my mind that, you know, that my girlfriend's dad was right. You know, because to me,
Yeah.
he was just a book smart guy. He didn't have any street smarts, and he didn't really seem to have any really a lot of common sense, you know, or whatever. And he paid dearly. The man paid so dearly for
Was
you
his
know.
career destroyed from telling the truth?
Oh yeah, oh yes. Eventually, and his wife was killed. You know, I believe. I mean, you know, she gets her dream job of working with the state of Florida, and on her first assignment out, you know, her and her partner in their state vehicle were run over by a frickin' Mack truck. You know, squashed dead. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
come on,
No,
man. I mean, come on, man. You know, and his daughter, my ex-girlfriend, I mean, you know, I don't know what the heck they did to her, but she went cuckoo, man. I mean, I would still be friends with her today if she wasn't like just like kind of out of her mind, you know, and it's just
a good channel for people to check out
Mhm.
to know about the inner workings of the Australian Parliament and what's really going on behind the scenes with the judicial system
Uh-huh.
and how things really work in Australia. Because it's good knowledge for people to have that don't live here, because we are the template. We're the testing ground for the rest of the world. And yeah, her channel is Sally Joseph, JOSEPH. As in
Yeah, I'll
English,
pull it up
Joseph.
before you get off here. We'll check it out definitely.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she shares a lot of Facebook live streams and
Uh-huh.
truth that gets out on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, so yeah, she helps a lot with what's going on with the inner workings and exposing the pedophilia and the deception
Nice.
that's being
Yeah.
hidden by the Australian government. All members of the Australian federal government, including the so-called independents, so-called, because they're all
Uh-huh.
working together. They're
Right,
not
right.
independent.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah,
Of course not.
the only hope in my region of the world is the political party in New Zealand, that if they get into power, things will be changed. But in Australia, we've got no hope. But yeah, people should pay attention to what's going on in New Zealand, because yeah,
Yeah, man.
things are
Uh-huh.
going to change there soon. And one of the being one of the smallest nations in the world, you wouldn't think they'd have much influence. But when they get a majority vote in their next election, which is coming up soon, yeah, it could have repercussions all over the world, mate. So that's interesting, anyway. I'll just put that
Yep,
down.
yep. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Unfortunately, you know, there, you know, the God is going to have to intervene at some point, because they're not. But by the way the story goes, they're not going to let up. They're not going. They're going to have the upper hand for the next few years, and then, you know, God is going to, you know, start taking them out, I believe.
It's raining here, mate. Sorry. I can
It's
hear you
right.
guys.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess I hear it. Huh? It's been raining here off and on this evening and tonight. Yeah, and we had like a week of no rain, and now we've got a week of possible, you know, rain and thunderstorms. Oh, and don't to mention there's several systems, you know, headed this way too. From, you know, so they're actually looking at different systems right now that are
There's
that
some
are
strange weather happening in America right now, mate.
well, we're at
Very
the
strange.
peak. We're at the peak of. Oh, of course, there is, but we're at the peak of the hurricane season right now. Today, I think too, and so with 7 systems out there, yeah, that's a lot. That's almost a record. And we're almost at the end of the alpha. We're at the end of the list of names, and they'll have to start using Greek names if if they after 4 more name storms or whatever. So there's. I'm sorry, you can't hear me. Can you hear me better now? Can you hear me now? Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
no, it's my rain, mate. It's not you.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to talk low because my daughter and grandson are
Yeah,
sleeping.
no, you're good. Yeah.
Have you seen my grandson yet?
That's awesome, man. I'm so happy for you, man. I was watching the
Yeah.
videos
Check.
last time when you were holding him. That's
Yeah. Check this picture out.
that's pure bliss, man. And you know
Yeah.
that's the second generation
See it?
of your family, man. That's awesome, man.
Yeah. This is him. This is
It's a very special moment, man, when you get to hold your grandchild.
yeah. Yeah. This is a picture I can hang on the wall that my daughter gave me. It's a framed picture of him. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Cute since day one. It
It's
says.
awesome, man.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you, man.
Yeah.
We have to fix the future for his sake, man, not for ours. We're not going to be here for that much longer.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
all about the children, man.
I don't even think there's enough time that he'll have to worry, too much about anything. But we'll see. Hey, David Wolf, good to have you here, bro. Do.
Hey, David Wolf.
And Vicky Fry followed you in, David. Good to see you, Vicky. Hello. Just chit chatting with Matt here. I did share some things earlier, Blind 11 related, and my personal connection with Blind 11, and the hijackers and stuff. Yeah, it's crazy, Matt, to think that I stood just feet away, looking him in the eyes, Muhammad Atta, and the other hijacker dude, and just, could have. I've thought about this before. Could have, choked him out right then or something. But they would have used somebody else. They patsy.
It wouldn't have made any difference because
I know,
they made actions,
but listen, but yet he was the one that flew into the North Tower. He actually piloted the plane.
Yeah, but it never happened.
Yeah.
No, because they have to leave a footprint. They have to.
Yeah.
There has to be a footprint. There has to be a digital record. You know what I mean? And people to say that they witnessed it, they saw them, they did this, they did that. Because they're part of the act. That's how it works, man.
Yeah. Thank you.
Many people won't believe your story, Tommy, because they think it's all bullshit. All right.
Oh, I know. I mean, of course, but I mean, I don't have any reason to.
Oh, I know you don't.
I mean, I could come up with a better story for that matter. But if I was going to come up with something, but yeah, I mean, we were just as shocked as anybody else. Oh no, we were probably more shocked when we saw, that he was reported as the ringleader, and we're like, oh my God, we know for sure that's who we rented an apartment to. I mean, there was no doubt at all, and that's why it pissed me off from the get go that the FBI was going to deny it and just laughed at us, literally laughed at us. So I do, I can't stand the FBI and all the loyalty to the NWO that they're so loyal to the B system. Ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
So
if the FBI really did their job, and it was actually a real event,
yeah.
They never would have stayed at your father's motel.
The apartments. But you see, that's the thing. They were already tracking him. He was already on their radar, just like the guy here, just like the guy that just last December, was going to school here, and then he shot up the NAS. It was World News. Shot up the place. Okay, well, they were handling him before this happened, and during it, obviously too. So it's they pick these guys, and then they piss them off, or not even, but they just
But I wouldn't.
convince them that they're doing good. And they probably don't even. Neither one of them probably had any clue that they were going to take part in anything like that. Because I mean,
They just have all they have to do is attend. That's all they have to do. They just have to be present
yeah,
where they
yeah,
say they were. So
right,
there's a
right.
physical record. That's all it
Yeah,
has.
yeah,
All they
like
have
they
to
did
do.
with the airports. Yeah, Muhammad Atta was seen in the airport. Sure, yeah, he left his apartment at one point in mine. At the apartments. I worked there and lived there too. I was his neighbor. And of course his maintenance man. But and I thought it was very odd when I went in their apartment and they didn't have no furniture. They had very few things in there, and so that was before 9/11 when they were, still there. So I was already, kind of wondering, why, they were strange, and but
Well,
oh man,
the same with Bin Laden being a CIA asset, and
yeah, yeah,
his
yeah,
agent name was Tim Osmond.
yeah.
I'm sure there was a Tim Osmond,
In a lot of
in
these cases, these guys are double agents and stuff too, Mossad, or
well, we know that
and I mean,
it's
so
common knowledge. It's common knowledge about Tim
but like
Tim Osmond being a government agent, and also that Bin Laden and the Bush family were very close. They're all
Well,
mates.
check this out now.
They all grew up together.
This is
Not a
probably
mistake.
probably bull
It's not
crap.
a coincidence.
All right, check this out. They're saying now that Muhammad Atta, the guy we're talking about, the my dad rented the apartment to, they're saying now that is it his daughter? Yeah, his daughter just married Osama bin Laden's son. Now they're doing that just to try and make a tie connection between him and Al Qaeda and everything. Come on, man. I can't. I should have shared that article too, but yeah. So apparently, Osama bin Laden's son married Muhammad Atta's
Of course,
daughter.
of course they did.
Yeah,
Of course they
yeah.
did.
but it was known. It was also known that Muhammad Atta hated bin Laden. So why would his daughter, knowing that he hated bin Laden, marry his son? Come on, man. Seriously.
I wouldn't buy into that. He hated Bin Laden. I wouldn't buy into that narrative. That's just what. That's just what they told.
No. That's what his parents, knew. That wasn't the government saying that. That was, his dad saying, "Hey, this guy."
If he hated Bin Laden, he wouldn't have been involved in the bullshit to start with. Come on.
Yeah, he was involved with his own thing in UK. He wasn't Al Qaeda. See, I mean, that's the thing. He might even have been radicalized, but he wasn't on board with Bin Laden or anything. Bin Laden's name just got attached to it, just like his name pretty much got attached to it and was used. I mean, but Bin Laden wasn't
I think
planning to do that.
I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident the digital footprint was left by Muhammad Atta on purpose in lockstep, if we can use that terminology, because it seems to be very popular lately. With the plan for 9/11, you know what I mean? Because he was supposed to be there. It's all. That's the way
He was
it
a
was
ringleader. They labeled him as the ringleader, but all right. So I mean, but this thing it was so compartmentalized that I mean, these guys, they didn't know what they were doing, even when they went to training for the flight school, and stuff. I mean, they probably didn't even put together what was the big picture that they were going to be blamed for and everything. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
that's possible, of course, because
yeah, these.
they're
Yeah,
just
no, I don't.
playing their role, man.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't think they even knew what their role was, though. See, that's the thing, man. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, being a rock. Yeah, they're
they
just
could
doing what they're told to do.
they could do the same thing with you, Matt. They can say that you were a radical and set you up, and then who's going to know? Yeah, your family and immediate friends, but they'll just hide all that and keep saying you did it, whatever it is. I mean, think about it. I mean that it's just that easy for them. They could come get me, do the same thing, and lock me up or kill me, and say that I did this, that, or other, whatever. Some
Yeah,
terrorist act.
no, I don't think he was an innocent bystander, man. Definitely
No,
not.
no, but I think he was far from wanting to actually, kill, a bunch of people, here. I just don't, I don't think
No,
so.
yeah, well, I'm sure he didn't. I'm sure he wouldn't have signed up for that.
And he certainly didn't have the skills to fly that a plane like,
That's
I
obvious.
mean, nobody
Yeah.
does really. I mean,
That's right.
the, the,
There's no Air Force pilots that are capable of performing the miraculous aviation feats that Muhammad Atta did.
yeah. Oh man. Crazy. So, how long did it take you to start being, wondering what was going on with 9/11? Did it, after it?
Immediately, man. Immediately, I was asking questions.
You thought it stunk of, of a
From
false
the
flag.
start. From the start, I knew something was wrong, man, and I was looking, but I didn't have the internet, and I didn't find anything out until I saw the documentary In Plain Sight. PLANE site.
Right.
That was the first thing I saw. That was on free-to-air TV here in 2005. Very late at night, like 11 p.m., 11:30 p.m. it came on.
Yeah, of course.
And once I saw that, man, that's like, I had questions before I saw that, and I was always thinking about it, but I didn't have the access to the internet. But after I saw that, I was flat out into it. As soon as I could get onto the internet, man, I was just dying to get onto the internet. And probably, I don't know, 2005, I was on the internet, but, the internet wasn't very good here in 2005. Way before YouTube started, a couple of years, I suppose, was it 2008 or something? That I didn't get onto. Well, once I found out about YouTube, I was investigating flat out. Once I was on there, it's about 2008, and all I did was 9/11 investigation. That's all I did. Everything I could watch about 9/11. That's all I did. So I was full on into it, man. That's all I cared about. That's all I wanted to find out about was 9/11.
Yeah, I was deep. I went deep down in that rabbit hole and stayed in it for a long time, for sure. Especially because of my connections. My uncle. I really will try to reach out to my uncle. At some point and give him the opportunity to come clean on anything that he knows. But maybe he's scared. Maybe maybe they threatened his life. I don't know. But maybe he was sent up there and wasn't able to see too much neither. I don't know. It just we know that it was it was manipulated, and who knows how close they let anybody get to the scene after the fact. But I'm pretty sure my uncle definitely has a lot of answers that to questions that we would have, and yeah.
For me, I remember. I'll tell you. I'll go back in time. Then I'll go back to 2001, September 11th. My initial response to viewing the plane, the first video that probably everybody saw, which was all over mainstream media news worldwide, was the plane flying through into the tower and exploding. You know.
Yeah.
So once the initial moment that I saw that, I think I'm fairly confident a lot of people had the same response that I did, and I replied with, "Is this a movie? What movie is this?"
Right.
that's what I thought I was watching a movie, but I just come home from night shift. Well, it was afternoon shift. I used to work 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in a recycling factory. It was a hellhole. 2 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week. And I come, that was my initial response as soon the first time I ever saw it. And then I was told the response was, no, this is the news. This is happening. This just happened. And I'm like, how did the plane fly through the building? And then not long after that, I kept watching, and then a few hours later, I saw the plane fly into the Pentagon. I'm like, where's the vision of the plane flying into the Pentagon?
All right.
Because I'd been trained for many years, Tommy, that the Pentagon has the best defense and the best surveillance system out of any facility in the entire world, because it's the center of all security for the entire world. All right. So I was always told and trained through movies that any plane that flew into the airspace within 100 miles of the Pentagon would be asked once to identify themselves and leave the airspace, or they would be shot down. I already knew this. So for me, it was absolutely impossible that a plane could fly into the Pentagon, crash into the Pentagon. But then, to top that off, all right, to absolutely put the icing on top of the cake, was the fact that there was only one piece of surveillance footage that was ever released, and that was from the car park, showing a flash of, like, was it 3 frames or something, of something flying into the Pentagon from the car park, not from the front of the Pentagon where the impact occurred, where there should have been like 100 cameras recording it, but from the side. All right, so I'm like, that's not reality, and I think that moment really opened my mind to what's absolutely possible in the world, because that's obviously a lie. That's not reality. We're being lied to, and there was no plane wreckage, Right. The hole was too small. We can go on with the story. You know how it worked out. But it was just absolutely ridiculous.
Hey, Doc Michael, good to see you. Yeah, no doubt about it. So, wow. What do you think about?
That was before the plane crashed into the ground in Shanksville, and the ground ate the plane.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think about the guy that fell? What do you think about the guy that fell like over a dozen stories and lived, and went home that night? Actually, went home the same night from falling 15 stories, into the rubble.
In the Twin Towers.
Yeah,
I never heard that.
Yeah. I shared the whole thing before. I definitely have shared it. Oh my god! Oh, it probably got removed. I think that was one of the ones that got removed.
I never heard that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the guy's got quite the story. There's a video story on him, and he fell, straight down into the rubble. Like 15 stories, dude. That's insane. It's just. You can't fall that far. A human can't fall that far and live. Your body will not survive.
What's 15 stories? How many feet is that?
Oh my gosh, dude, that's
So what one story be like 12 feet?
Yeah, at least, yeah. So give me a break, dude. You're not falling fucking 100, No.
That's great.
Oh man, I should try and pull it. I can't believe you don't know that one.
No, I haven't heard that.
Let me see. maybe I'll play a song in a few, and I'll look that one up so we can look at it. But yeah, that's man, that one. Oh boy, just he was home the same night, Matt. After fall, come on, he fell into the steel rubble, dude. Come on, he didn't fall on a damn balloon or a crash bag or whatever the hell you want. Dude, come on, man. It's bullshit. Oh
But the
my goodness.
jet fuel melted the steel beams. We have to
Yeah.
believe it.
It's unreal, dude. Never saw that either, Vicky. Wow. Oh man, I got to definitely. Yeah. Hopefully it didn't get removed on my channel, but I'm thinking that one did. But I'll go back and look, and if not, I'll share it again. Like I said, yeah, that is quite the bullshit story of them all right there. Come on, man. You're not gonna.
You could die from falling from one floor, man.
Yeah, this guy. Oh my, yeah, it's ridiculous. I wish Brian was in here. He'd tell you his name probably.
Well, not look, I'm completely with that. It was completely staged. I don't believe there were any victims. There was only 400 people, 400 and some odd deaths recorded in the the CIA database for New York City and surrounds. So all of New York, not just New York City, but New York and New York City. So the whole area, all right, 400 and something deaths on 9/11/2001.
Yeah.
So that's a statistical fact. All right. So that destroys the 3,000 people that died. But my question is, how? I don't know. This is a big question. How did they fake the jumpers on 9/11? I've got no answer for that.
All right,
that's
so
that's the only
yeah,
question.
I hear you. Yeah, I've already found.
Something happened. Like, there's video footage of I don't know, dummies, bodies, something being fucking ejected from the building, and falling. I'm not saying that they were actually people. I'm not saying that it was real, but something happened that gave the illusion, at least, of people jumping. Not that it doesn't make any sense. I don't know why you jump anyway, but I can't answer that. That's my only problem with the whole situation, man. Everything else, I'm 100% behind.
I hear you. So all right, the guy's name is yeah, 15. It is 15 floors. I was right. Okay, so this is the Telegraph here. I know I'm not screen sharing, so let me just I'm looking real quick, and then yeah, here's a picture of him and his wife. Oh my goodness, man. Okay, I'm gonna share this so we can go ahead and look at it, so you'll get familiar, you and Vicky. But yeah, this blew my mind, dude. I'm like, if everybody heard his story and believed it, then I'm just done with the world, because I mean, there's just no way you can fall into that kind of situation and survive, man. It's just
no, it's impossible. That's impossible. Impossible.
You're not gonna bounce off of metal, steel, and oh gosh, yeah. So all right, here we go. Anyway, it's so stupid. Crap they get people to believe, man. Unbelievable. So 9/11 survivor. Oh, don't start this. Start your free trial to continue reading. Crap. I hate it when they do that. Crap to me. Dadgummit, man. Let me reset it so I can at least give a minute here to. Okay, so.
Free propaganda, Tommy. You can't know
Bazili, Mr. Bazili, 43 years old, told. There it is. Yeah, see, it won't let me. He's stupid.
Get your free trial. Sign up now.
Yeah. This is another guy, Brian Clark. It says, born July 4th, 1947. 47 is 11, so there you go there. But anyway, and then July 4th is also 11, 7 and 4. 7
Yeah.
4.
Yeah. So.
All right. I'm just making observations real quick off the fly here. Brian Clark is a Canadian businessman and survivor of the attacks on the World Trade Center. Clark worked for the American international brokerage firm Euro Brokers, which lost 61 employees that day. Bullcrap. Nearly one-fifth of its New York branch. Clark was one of only 18 people in the South Tower to escape from a floor where the plane struck. Bullcrap. Escaping from his office on the 84th floor. Come on, man. How in the world did he get, down from that far up? This is just a different story here. But anyway, I'm just checking it out. Let's see. It says Clark's testimony before the 9/11 Commission, where he detailed problems with the 9/11 911 emergency call system, has been widely quoted. Says Clark became a volunteer firefighter for his floor and was issued a whistle. What? Oh, after the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, Clark became a volunteer firefighter for his floor and was issued a whistle, a reflective vest, and a flashlight by the World Trade Center security. On 9/11, when Clark saw a giant fireball in his peripheral vision, a giant fireball coming from the adjacent North Tower at 8:46, he quickly picked up his issued gear and began evacuation procedures for the staff. Oh yeah, because he was in the other tower. So if there was a bunch of people in there, they might have had a chance to escape or whatever. But all right, let's just see. Did he fall? All right, I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna look at that later. But anyway, we're gonna look at the other guy here, the falling man. This is the dude.
Oh,
here.
falling man.
No, this is another guy. Oh, that's that picture. Yeah.
The guy sitting on the park bench upside down.
Oh dear. Yeah. Okay.
Totally Photoshop bullshit.
Yep. Of the 2,606 victims killed inside the World Trade Center and on the ground in New York City during the September 11 false flag attacks, some have estimated that at least 200 fell or jumped. Bull crap. Officials could not recover or identify the bodies of those forced out of the buildings prior to the collapse of the towers. Imagine that.
I know that one was fake. 100% that was fake.
Right? We should look up where this guy is now, the American journalist that took the picture. I bet he's...
That photograph, man, that photograph was on fucking every front page, every newspaper in the world the next day. Or maybe the second day after. The first day would have been nothing but the explosion. I have to correct myself, The next day press, it was all about the explosion in the tower, the plane, the Wile E. Coyote plane exploding. But it would have been the second day, I reckon, worldwide. Would have been the park bench faller.
Oh my goodness. You see this? Isn't there a Mandela effect about the village people?
What's going on?
This dude's brother, the guy that took the picture, his brother was an original member of the village people, the group. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's crazy. Ha ha ha. Imagine that. Unreal. All right, so That's not the
It
one.
was totally Wile E. Coyote, man. It was the second stage of the Wile E. Coyote pictures.
What Buzzilly's story? Where is it? Yeah, it's this one. I thought I clicked on it. Oh, that's that one. Yeah, that they won't let me. So, he surfed. He surfed 15 floors down the collapsing tower. Come on, man. That's his picture right there. Up and boom. Yeah, of course they want the money. Read it. That's
Sign up for more propaganda.
All right, let's see if we can get it in the news part here. Man survives 4 days trapped under a fallen tree in western Minnesota a week ago. Wow. Let's see. It says the pic they didn't want you to see. They wanted you to see that.
They
That's bull
wanted
crap.
you to see it. Went all over the world.
Oh,
What the hell?
come on. You only see what they want you to see, and that's what they want you to see, you know?
Of course.
Huh. Wow. This guy's ridiculous.
We'll be back in a minute, mate.
It was okay. It was an unusual. It was unusual for a carriage speeding from Times Square downtown in New York City's financial trading district during the morning peak hour to have just one solo rider, and Richard Drew had no idea he was about to capture one of the most compelling and controversial photographs in history. Yeah, he knew he was. Right. That's a lie. Drew told the Telegraph that while his subject story is still shrouded in mystery, he likes to think of himself as the unknown soldier. Let him represent everyone for whom that was their fate that day. All right. One on Buzzilly. Pascal Buzzilly. That's his name. Wally.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back, sir. All right, here is finally pulled up the guy, Buzzilly, Pasquale Buzzilly. All right, we're gonna watch this real quick. Here, there's 3 videos we can watch. We'll watch this one first. Free falling, the 9/11 surfer. Freaking ridiculous, man. Keep in mind, this guy went home the same night. So bull crap.
Talk about tough.
So I've already closed on a bunch of windows, so it should be playing.
thought something heavy is falling through the stairs, or part of the building's collapsing and falling through. And I just dove right into the corner. I went into a fetal position. I covered my face and hands, and I buried myself as close to the wall as possible to protect myself from anything falling through. Thinking that was the only way to protect myself. If something heavy fell, it might hit the wall. It was then that I felt the wall that I was next to and the base of the floor just crack open and give way. And that's when I knew, right there and then, that was it. The entire building was going. I said to myself, my God, I can't believe this is how I'm going to die.
So he rode that down 15 stories and lived. All that shit came down on top of him. Bullshit.
No wonder he's got no hair.
Just not ever seeing her.
Excuse me. Damn. All right.
Not being able to see her again. And I just split seconds, just praying, knowing that I was going to die.
I knew it was over at that point, so I couldn't watch anymore, and it was just dust and it was smoke, and I couldn't believe that.
Rub your eyes again, bitch.
Carrying our first baby, and I was a widow, and I watched it, and I watched him die, and there was nothing I could do.
I've never experienced jumping out of a plane, but I guess falling or jumping out of a plane, that feeling of just riding the air and getting knocked around and riding,
I hate liars.
Kind of
This
feeling.
guy's never even fallen out of bed.
Okay, but there's a big difference with falling from an airplane with a parachute. This guy's acting like he was floating. Like, give me a break, dude.
He's not Bruce Willis.
Yeah, it's so sickening. This is
Die Hard.
If you believe
What a wanker.
this guy's
He's a
saying,
wanker. He's a wanker.
Oh.
Was what I was experiencing. And then
He's never used a blunt razor.
I remember feeling, seeing one bright flash with my eyes closed. And then I opened my eyes. It was hours later.
What a freaking quack.
Fraud. That's a fraud.
He's such
You notice
a
how he looks. You notice how he looks down as he tells you how, how badly things were. He looks down. That's lie. That's a liar, mate.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'll have to get over to D Live, mate, because Brian's on there. I'm missing all the good people on Brian's channel. I've got to get over there.
Brian's live right now, you saying?
No, I'm just saying I've got to get over there. He was before. But yeah, I've got to get over there. I've got to, because I'm on...
get on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on my girlfriend's device, so I have to get her to log in and do all that shit.
Right.
With passwords and all that. Do you have to pay for D Live? Is that the way it is for you, or is it free for you? Or?
No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't think so. I don't think even the person uploading.
Yeah, no, I think we have to pay for it, man. I think we do.
Wow. I mean, I'm on there. I mean, I could go live on it. I could have, if I followed, the directions. I could do it. I could have been live on it, simultaneously as you know. With
But I'm
this,
sure, yeah. It looks like we're all going to D Live, mate. So yeah, I will be there shortly.
probably, yeah, because you know they keep attacking and harassing, you know, and blocking, banning truthers.
YouTube's pretty much done. Pretty much. It's going that way, isn't it?
Love like yours will surely come my
Now it should play.
Let's begin this half hour on the anniversary of the 9/11 attacks.
Yeah, lovely.
With the survivors' story.
Come on, don't do this. It doesn't want me to play it.
That's just now being publicly told for the first time. In a moment, we'll talk to Pasquale Bazzelli. He was in the North Tower and says he rode down more than 15 stories of concrete and falling debris.
So this is in 2012, and it's just his story's just coming out. So he went 10 years or 11 years without.
Yeah, the bullshit's over.
Yeah.
To make it out alive. It's the focus of a Discovery Channel special premiering tonight called The 9/11 Surfer. NBC's Wade Geist.
By 10:05 on the morning of 9/11, the South Tower of the World Trade Center was gone. Up above, on the 64th floor of the North Tower, Pasquale Bazzelli was still waiting with his colleagues. Pasquale and his colleagues started down one of the building's 3 exit stairways.
What floor did it say he was on? I missed it. Let's go back.
You better go back. Go back a bit.
Not let me go back. Huh.
Doesn't want to work.
Stairway B. By 10:28, they'd made it down as far as the 22nd floor.
40 something.
Damn. It's not. Yeah, but why won't it go back? Let me see if I can grab it and make it go back. Nope. Yeah. All right. Well. Anyway, 15 full. 15.
And then just felt the railing just start to shake, and this loud noise from above. I thought of my wife.
Why are they showing his wife?
My
I want
head.
to see him surfing.
Not ever seeing her. Not being able to see her again.
I want to see you surfing, mate. Show me you
And,
surfing.
You know, I just.
That's the same interview.
Just
Damn
praying.
it.
Knowing that I was going to
Keep
die.
looking down. Keep looking down.
Yeah,
Keep looking down.
that's the same interview.
The
I
same
wanted to
interview.
see. Yeah, there's the other ones. Damn. Probably took them off.
Lawyers suck, don't they?
Yeah,
Lawyers suck so
I think it was
bad.
this one. This is the one I watched originally, right here. That was pretty telling.
Back on the 64th floor,
64.
Pasquale had no idea what was going on.
64,
So he
dude. You hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. 64.
That's where he was on the 64th
called
floor
home.
when it happened.
I'm sure
His
there's
wife,
some
Louise.
gematria knowledge
He
there.
called his wife. Okay, he calls his wife. Check this out. Yeah,
Hmm.
he even calls her. Let's. Okay, now it's loading.
By that time, she was 7 months pregnant.
I said, Louise, I said, please, I'm okay. Don't be alarmed. Don't be worried. I said, I'm perfectly fine. She's like, what's the matter? What's the matter? Right away, as soon as I say that, it's, something's wrong. I said, I'm okay.
He's so happy.
Do me a favor. I said, put the television on and just tell me what you see.
I knew that it was his building as opposed to the South Tower because his had the antenna on top. And I just said, oh my God, Pasquale, your building is on fire.
Your building's on fire.
9/11 Surfer, which debuts tonight on the Discovery Channel. Joining us now on set is Pasquale Bazzelli, who survived the terror attacks 11 years ago today. He and his wife, Louise, also here with us, have written the book, We All Fall Down. Still looking for a publisher. We'll pick it up after they hear this. It's so great to have you both here with us. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Pasquale, set the stage a little bit. You were engineer for the Port Authority. Walk us
Set the
through
stage, you lying bald prick.
He's an engineer for the Port Authority. Yeah, that's that. He's already,
for you.
Went through my normal routine, getting up in the morning. My wife was still sleeping, very, very pregnant at the time. I remember the night before I was watching Monday Night Football.
By the mailman.
I got
9/11 surfer.
ended up getting into work a little later. And because of that, I was actually in the elevator going to the 64th floor, the express elevator. And that's when I first felt the impact from the first plane hit the North Tower. So I was actually in the elevator at the time.
And a lot of people will ask, and I know Louise was asking you that day, why did you stay in the building so long? I think it was 80 minutes after impact before you decided.
80 minutes, why
did you stay?
Right. Everyone asked me that question. It's a lot of factors. Once I finally reached the floor, everyone who decided to evacuate had evacuated already. It was myself and the gentleman in the elevator, Bill, who joined 14 others on the floor, and there were 16 of us total. They had decided to stay. My boss at the time had called down to the security desk, and he was told to stay and wait till help arrives. There was thought that let's keep the stairway clear because I was also in the '93 bombing, and I
of course you were.
What a surprise!
They corrected a lot of deficiencies, but the stairs at that time acted like chimneys, so they were filled with smoke. So some people were hesitant leaving.
Forrest Gump.
Until they knew it was clear or safe to go down. Some people wanted to keep the stairs clear so that firemen could actually reach the point of impact and also allow others that were injured to get by. So by staying out of the stairs, we thought it was the best thing to do until we were told to go. And honestly, not knowing that the building would ever collapse, there was no reason to I guess, rush or be, scared at that point. It was a well-lit, functioning office.
Is this when you called your wife? Where were you when you made the call to your wife?
As soon as I reached the floor and I spoke to my my boss, Pat, I said, Pat, what happened? And he said, I don't know, but he goes, I was knocked out of my chair. I said, let me call my wife. She's at home. I don't want her seeing this. I knew, the television, the media reports things right away. So I said, she's going to know before I know what happened.
Hey, smiling, you liar.
On the top of the tower, you call him up. Did you say, get the hell out of there?
He basically called me and woke me up. And he said, Louise, if you turn on the TV, let me know if you see anything. And I did. And excuse me, I said, Pasquale, your building is on fire. The top of your building is on fire. And as I sat and listened a little bit longer, I heard the newscaster say, we think a plane hit the World Trade Center. And I said, they're saying they think a plane hit. So he wanted to know where, in regards to the building, was it hit? Was it like high, low, or
Middle,
so we figured that he was he was below it, thank God.
And Louise, I was just going to ask you, when the tower eventually falls, we were just talking about this. I had the same experience with my sister-in-law. You're sitting thinking, you've just watched on television your husband, the father of your unborn child, die on TV. What's the feeling like, and what happens for that?
He would have if he was really in there.
That feeling was total, just total. I wanted to jump through the television screen. I just kept screaming, no, no, no. And I felt like everything in my body just like drained out. And when it finally fell, I couldn't even watch anymore because I had watched the second plane hit and then Tower 2 come down, and then I was trying to say, don't think it's not going to happen, and it did happen, and it was just, I basically lost my life at that point.
But little did you know,
you lose your life, bitch.
Place, Pasquale, if you can recount what happened as you're going down the stairs and everything gives way.
Eventually, when we decided to leave, it was after the South Tower had collapsed, and
tell us the bullshit, Pascal.
I didn't know tower had collapsed because where our office was located was on the northwest corner, and the way the building was set up, you couldn't see the South Tower from that angle. It was blocked. So we felt this rumbling, and we attributed to maybe part of the building, the plane or something collapsing up above. And that's when we decided to gather our things and start getting ready to head down. The smoke started filling in on the floor. We entered, I believe it was stairway B, and we started making our descent down the stairs. We had reached probably in the 40s and encountered firemen sitting there. I mean, just exhausted, taking a break. They had all their gear on, drenched with sweat. I remember stepping over them and between them to try to get by, and they said, just keep going. It's a clear run. Just keep going. We encountered some more firemen in the 30s. One of them said, you can get off in an elevator on the 24th floor. And we all just were resounding, everyone right away, no, we're not going to get to an elevator at this point. And as I was going down the stairs, I remember passing and looking 26, 25, I said 24, this is where we could get off, but we're not. And it was only a couple of flights later when all of a sudden I heard this tremendous, loud freight train type of noise from above. The railing, the stairs started shaking violently. In that split second, I didn't know, I thought something was falling through the stairs, and just in order to protect myself as much as possible, I just dove onto the next landing. I buried myself in the corner, laid on the floor next to the wall, trying to protect myself from anything maybe was falling. I was
bullshit.
Run. Yeah, so bullcrap when
position,
it's free falling.
I just
tons
prayed
and tons of
at that point that
steel above you, around
as I was praying,
you. Come on.
The wall cracked and the floor gave way.
He's a jet fuel surfer.
I realized at that point, oh my God, this is how I'm going to die. This is it. You always wondered how you're going to die.
This is it.
First thought, oh my God, I'm going to die. This is it. Please protect my wife, my unborn child, Hope. I prayed for a quick death. I stayed tucked in to a fetal position.
Yeah,
I felt this
fetal position,
abrasive kind of air. I was getting hit. Impacts. I saw flashes of light from the impacts. If you ever get hit with a baseball or something, you
He's so happy.
see that flash. So I guess from the impacts of falling.
The impacts, huh? Yeah. Well, how the hell did he go home the same night? The same night, dude.
He's so happy about dying, Tommy.
Huh?
He's so happy about dying. You see how happy he is?
But how did he not get a ton of injuries or die? It's just bull crap, man. It's such bull crap for anybody to believe this.
I saw several flashes of light and then one bright flash. And a split second later, I opened up my eyes. And I was just sitting there totally numb, looking up at blue sky. Then it got dark from the smoke and everything, and I started to cough. I started to feel pain in my leg, and I said, I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
Do you have any sense for how you fell from the 22nd floor, which is the way you've identified it? You landed on a rubble that most people think was about 7 stories high. Right. So we're talking about a 15-story free fall on theoretically a piece of concrete. The 9/11 surfer. There are people in this documentary, as the viewers will see tonight, MIT physicists who explain hurricane force wind that almost lifted you up and allowed you to float down. Do you remember at all what it felt like? Do you have any idea of how you might have survived that fall?
Get out of here.
I remember everything. I remember the fall.
His hair got blown off, Tommy.
I remember.
He forgot to tell you he had a mini parachute on his back.
I think it's how it's been described. I guess the experts were able to come up with that theory. I always wondered myself, So I guess it makes sense.
We'll obviously see the full story through.
Doesn't make sense, you smiling asshole.
After all of this, how do you describe that moment, seeing him again?
Well, when I first got the phone call from him, you can understand that our house was filled with people by 3:30 that afternoon, and I never spoke to him again. And when he called and I answered the phone and he said, "Louise, it's me," and I was like, Pasquale, oh my God, Pasquale! And the whole house just was like an uproar and screaming, and I knew that if I heard his voice, that even if he was missing an arm or a leg, that he was alive. And when he finally did come home that night, it was a long day, and just being there, waiting in the driveway, people were still over the house, and I couldn't wait to
Paul
talk
had
to
lawyers.
him and make
Such
sure
a
it was
such
you
an
and
example.
we were really
Nobody
home.
falls
And
15
it was
stories and
a
goes home the same night.
nightmare that turned
Sorry.
into for us anyway.
Fall
It
15
ended.
feet and
Only
We got
15
home.
stories, Tommy.
What we dealt with after that is another story. Hard. Yeah.
And Pasquale, you tell your story now.
Tell your story walking,
Why did you
mate.
wait so long?
Yeah, why'd you wait so long?
I feel I can tell the story now. I did tell the story then on small local type things, and everybody said you have to tell your story. You have to tell your story. It's amazing. It was difficult telling the story then. It's just the emotions, and they still are, but they were much raw. Very raw then. And now I'm able to deal with it. I'm able to, be happy again, and and feel the joy of life again. So I'm able to tell it.
And your beautiful daughters, Hope and me, are both here with you today. We're glad you're here with them, Pasquale. Thank you so much for telling your story. We appreciate
That's Jake Tapper, isn't it? Jake Tapper.
It just reminded me, one of his daughters, the one that she was pregnant with, right? Because she was 7 months pregnant, right?
Yeah.
She's an artist, and she paints nothing but demonic stuff.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh Oh my gosh! I just remembered that. Oh yeah.
Wow.
I'll show you something on her too.
Whose daughter? This guy's daughter?
This
or Jake
guy's
Tapper's
daughter. Yeah. Oh yeah. The girl that was in her belly while this happened. Yeah. She's a oh my god. Yeah. Freak.
I'm not surprised, mate. I'm surprised.
Basili. Yeah. I'm gonna.
They're all demons, man. All these people are demons.
Oh
They're all
yeah.
demon possessed.
Yeah, they're attached to them. Demons are attached to them. So hang on just a second. Oh yeah. Ooh, I'm getting sleepy. Let's see.
They can't help the duping delight, mate. They can't lie with a straight face. They just can't do it. It's impossible. That's you know what that is, all right? We know they're demons, all right, but the actual humanity, right, inside them, even though they're demonically possessed, the actual humanity can't hide itself. That's the duping delight, because they can't hide the truth, man.
Okay, here it is. Daughter of 9/11 survivor has artwork displayed at famous gallery. Wait till you see this this artwork, dude. It's woo. Am I screen sharing? Yeah, I should be.
Yeah.
Okay, please select the what region to stay informed. What the hell?
They can't hide their glee, man. The actual human part cannot hide the glee from the deception.
It's gone now.
Oh, what a surprise!
I hate that when it's up.
What a surprise.
Yeah, you can't see it now. Okay, let's see. Illustrator. Let's see if it's here. I hope Buzz is.
Can't hide their glee at deceiving the world, mate. They just can't hide it.
Let's see. Images. We'll go in. Yeah, there she is with one of her her pieces. Look how weird that
I'm not surprised.
is.
I'm not surprised at all. Mate. I'm not surprised at all.
See that? Yeah, that's freaky right there. When you see it, you'll.
They're actually proud of it. They're proud of it. They're proud of their demonic possession. They're actually proud of it. And I want you to believe that it's the way to go. Yeah.
See, here it is showing a picture of the article, but when you click on the article, it says it's not there. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
There's one of them right there. See, there it's that same article, and it won't show any of the article, but it's got all the pieces to it, but it won't show it. It says it's not there.
Yeah.
See, page not found.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's got it all there still. We see that,
Yeah.
here's
Oh,
another.
I don't get it. Yeah.
Yeah, see how freaky that is looking too.
Yeah.
These are not the ones that are really bad that I saw, but let's see. If they have any more of her freaky deaky. She wrote the book too. She's the author of "We All Fall Down." That book. Here's her Twitter page. Yeah, she's all grown up now, but she is definitely fighting some demons to be, making the art that she makes. It is really creepy stuff. This is probably an old page that didn't really show us nothing. Old Twitter. See, at this point.
The nominees are Family Portrait, WNBC TV News. High School Alien Production Goes Viral, WPIX TV. Opera in the Park,
Jeranism. Tommy?
Yeah.
Did you see his live stream before?
Have I seen his live stream before? What do you mean? I've seen which one?
Jeranism, the last one that he put up.
Oh no, I haven't seen that one.
He did a what do you call it, a survey, and he was asking people to sign a petition, all right, to sign a petition to make masks mandatory forever. And people were signing the petition, man. They were signing the petition. It's absolutely amazing, man.
All right, this is her Instagram page right here. So, yeah, you see this?
Yeah.
That's
I've
weird.
got no doubt, mate. This is the way we're going, mate. We're in Satan's world. The world is the devil's, man, and yeah, people love it, mate.
Look at this. I could be anyone I want to be.
It's so sad, man.
Look at that. What is that? Dog snake? Snake dog? What?
Yeah, that looks very much like a snake, doesn't it? Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. Look at that. I guess she's just, into sex or whatever. But let's see. Look at there. Interesting.
Well, that's our life. Yeah.
Can't tell the truth about her dad, whatever. I guess that's her. Yeah. At least there's a nice looking dog. Yeah, but there was definitely some more freaky stuff too. Ooh, what's up with that right there? All that claws, you know? See that?
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
That looks weird. Yeah. Um,
Good.
look at that. Uh-huh. And with the snakes, see the snakes?
Yeah, it's very evil, man. Not good.
It's
Not good.
freaking weird. I'm gonna tell you that much. It's strange. This girl, this is a 20-year-old girl. She was all right, 19, 20-year-old. Yeah, because she was born right after 9/11.
They're trying to deface beauty, the beauty of the woman, and the natural way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be beautiful. It's not supposed to be, you know, dirty and satanic. Mate. It's not supposed to be covered in snakes.
And the,
The woman's beauty, the woman's body is a beautiful thing, man. It's all about reproduction of the human race. Yeah, without women, there's no people, mate. You know, it's not good.
oh, what in the world?
Oh
Rip
wow.
Reaper. Man, I guess she did that for some Rip Reaper picks. Guitar company. Shit, guitar pick company. Huh. Wow. Uh-huh.
Oh, Ben Flat.
Whoa. What is that one? Oh, yeah, it's another one of her weird body ones. Woman's body. Oh, boy. That's just, that's not my kind of art. Ooh.
No.
Yeah, there's some more weird shit. Huh. One-eyed Cyclops. A TV head. The TV programmed head or something there. What in the world? Phew, man, oh man. Crazy stuff. So that's yep, the 9/11 surfer's daughter and her lovely artwork. Imagine that. Can you imagine that?
It's crazy how butterflies have been
He
turned into a
surfed.
demonic thing. They've been turning. Sorry. It's crazy how butterflies have been turned into a demonic symbol to be used by the Illuminati against us, man. It's sad.
Hey, Ben Flat. Oh goodness. Oh. I am getting sleepy. Oh, Carl, in the house. You didn't even tell me none of these people. Can you not see the chat or what? You
Yeah, I'll
haven't
say
been-
chat, mate. Yeah.
Okay. Welcome, Ryan. Jen's still in here. Scott. Oh boy. So, Yeah. Welcome to the shit show, the NWO shit show, where they try to screw us over and over and over, enslave us, try and enslave us, try and kill us over and over and over. Uh, we're under attack, and the best thing to do is not give in to fear, but just prepare us for the worst and hope for the best, and you know, do your part, do your role in this thing, because anybody that's just sitting on their hands and keeping their mouth shut, is just
Hi, Jen. Good to see you.
supporting the New World Order agenda, and I
Excellent.
imagine doing that, folks. I've been saying down with the New World Order for 28 years now. I mean, that is a long time to, be be red pilled, but it is what it is. We just gotta do our best to get through all this. And, we will. We know our side is going to win anyway. The side we're on, the good side, the light side. The dark side is going to appear to, like I said, to have the upper hand for the next few years, and that's only because God's allowing them to do that. For we're still in the book of we're still in the chapter 12 in Revelations, but the next chapter we all know is chapter 13, where the Antichrist comes on the scene and the mark of the beast and all that stuff. And just look at what's going on right now and tell me you can't see that that's the next step where they're going to implement the mark of the beast with scaring people into begging for a vaccine, and then they have to have a way to make sure that you've gotten that vaccine and be able to verify, so then that verification will become the mark of the beast. you know and it's all meant to change your DNA, and to take your soul, of course, to win your soul. So don't take a vaccine. If you're wearing a mask right now, complying with all the mask and the social distancing and whatnot, you better start thinking about where your line in the sand is, because if it's not with the vaccine, then I'm afraid you're going to be in some serious trouble. Wearing a mask is one thing, but allowing shield gates to put something in your body, at this point, is just plain foolish. Foolish, yes, folks. Don't be foolish. Do not, do not look for a vaccine to save you. Jesus would have never given into fear and put on a mask and been like, "Oh, this is going to protect me from the virus, the flu, or whatever." No, you would have never saw Jesus wearing a mask like that for that reason, and certainly would not give in to fear, and he wouldn't comply with that kind of with these.
It's like we're living in it's like we're living in a Kenny world, mate. We're from South Park. Everyone, sorry. Ooh, I just had a big cough.
A big what?
It's like everybody's Kenny from South Park.
Yeah.
With the mask. It's like.
Yeah, and they're always killing Kenny or trying to, right?
I have to wear a mask here, man, for work. And when I go into businesses, the same as everybody else, There's a lot of people out there fighting it, and I applaud them, mate. I really do. And I just refuse. I refuse to comply as much as possible.
A couple days
what
ago.
I wanted to say is that, yeah, it really is. It really is like we're living in South Park, and everybody's Kenny,
And the Truman Show too, of course. But the other day,
it's sad.
The other day, I had to go do an install, granite install, at this lawyer's house. This lady is a divorce attorney, and she also does a little bit of criminal too, like misdemeanor, minor crimes. But anyway, she's been working at home for the last since this COVID thing started, because she's also pregnant, and she said, "Get this now." This lawyer looked at me and said, "The reason I don't go. I won't. I'm working at home and refuse to go to my office. It's her office too, by the way. I mean, she's a lawyer and partner with her father, so they have their own practice. And she says the reason I don't trust my. She said I don't trust my secretaries, uh, and the reason I won't go work in my office, is because her secretaries are still going to church, and that would be putting her at risk of getting COVID because her secretaries have the nerve to still be attending church, with all the COVID risk out there, and she thinks that's horrible." So she's working at home just because her.
Hey, I want to pass on to anyone who's watching this this live stream live, or anyone who may watch in the future. But they need to know that everybody who lives in the state that I live in, the police state of Victoria, Australia, under the dictator Daniel Andrews, they need to know. Sorry, Tommy, I don't want to interrupt you, mate. I just want to let this be known that everybody who has disputed a COVID-19 dictatorial mandate, as in a fine, everybody who has disputed a COVID fine in the state that I live in, all right, every single one has been dismissed because they do not want any of the thousands of disputed claims to go to court.
Mhm.
So just let that be known. All right, get that out there.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah. Yep. I hear you, brother. It's 111 here. 111 love. Do, do, do. So let's see.
Sorry, Tommy. I just had to get that out there, mate, because yeah,
I
that's
appreciate
a
it. Yeah.
fact. That's
Good.
that's an actual fact, because there is an inquiry going on, parliamentary inquiry. All right, and one of the lead speakers of the parliamentary inquiry, or someone who has a great influence, I should say, is a speaker for it's called the liberal democratic liberal Democrats Australia, in inverted commas, and his name is David Limbrick, and he has questioned the Attorney General of Victoria, and that was the response that was returned about people challenging the COVID-19 mandates. So any
Right.
of the fines that have been challenged, yeah, they've all been dismissed, every single one of them, because they do not want them to go to court, because they're all illegal and they know it. So that's very important precedent for the people of Victoria in Australia, and I would say for the rest of the world. So
Right.
people, yeah, let it be known, then get it out there.
No doubt about it, man. Have you seen how nice Voynage's plants are coming along? Did you happen to see those? Man, he has got some gorgeous marijuana plants. Ooh. Anyway, he showed them not too long ago in a live stream, and boy, they're healthy. Got some nice nugs on them already. I'm just surprised that he would, do that on his back porch, living in a condo or apartment building. It's funny. Oh boy. But he lives in Holland, so Netherlands, so I guess we should expect that. And in 7 minutes, it will be 4:20 somewhere. So I'm gonna probably get one last bong hit ready for tonight. Um, I don't know if we're gonna have service like a phone service where I'm gonna be baptized tomorrow. So I was thinking about going live and doing it live, but I think I'll just probably just have it, either somebody record the baptism or I'll put my phone down where it can be seen, and I'll share that with y'all at some point, where Machine Monkey is gonna baptize me tomorrow. So that's pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about it, and I started fasting hours and hours ago, and gonna fast until after it. And I've never been baptized, and it's just one of those things I've always wanted to get done. Even though I don't buy into the whole big box thing of religion. I mean, I was born into fundamentalism. It's very strict Christianity, but and I still uh, obviously believe in Jesus as my Lord and Savior, and and that the Bible's being used as a playbook. But I just don't like most churches, and how much religion itself has been exploited and manipulated and changed. Anyway, so you got some nice plants growing. Dadgum. A lot of little neat stuff there. Really good. Yeah, I'd love to have something like that porch there, a greenhouse porch, someday. Something like that would be pretty cool. I bet you couldn't find a lawyer here to do a case about the CV either. Right.
That was the greenhouse, mate. I just thought I'd show you.
Yeah. So you heard me about Voynage's plants, or have you seen them? Have you seen? They're like 6 foot.
Oh, mate, he's got some big tomato plants, but no tomatoes.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool. No doubt. I grew a plant a couple years ago, and it was from old.
I'm gonna do, Tommy. I'm gonna do myself in here. I'll show you, all right? Because I haven't shown you my whole garden yet.
Okay.
All right, so if I get raided in a couple of weeks, it'll be all your
fault.
fault.
Well, they might be watching you. It might. Oh no, this isn't on your channel, so they don't. Yeah. But
hold on. Can you see?
flower.
Hold on. I can't see what I'm filming because I can't do the other camera. Hold on. All right, here. You see the white stuff? Oh, where is it? Here.
Yeah.
Can you see that white stuff?
Now.
Can you see it?
Yeah, now I do.
Hold
yeah.
it up. Hold it up here. Can you see it now? I can't see it, but can you see it?
There's probably a delay. Hang on. But I see something in like a plastic container.
Yeah. They're my seeds, man. My babies. My babies are just starting to grow.
Cool. Yeah. You're germinating.
Just
cool.
Just starting, man. Yeah.
Nice.
The start of spring. So yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hopefully in about 3 or 4 months I should have something. Yeah.
Yes, Vicky. I'm meeting up with Machine Monkey tomorrow, and we're going to a local river, and going to do it. Yep. Pretty cool. So wow. So is that your first time attempting to, or just recently?
No, this is my second time. Yeah.
Gotcha. I grew some. It's too late for them to do anything now, but I grew some in a closet one time in another state, not here in Florida, and it was pretty successful. I had 12, I want to say 12 plants, 13, 12, something like that, and when it was close to harvest time, I lived in the back of the house, and but you could walk up the front door and smell it without even knocking on the door and getting the door open. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it was loud, and I lived right on a main road too, and I was always like, man, they're gonna come get me. You know, they're gonna come get me. It was just
I
so
don't
bad.
care. I don't care about small shit, mate.
Well, this was you know, a long time ago where we didn't have much, you know, even much medical around then. But you know, it was, you know, I was nervous.
I never did, man. Like, I've never, ever grown, man. Like, I have, like, this is no bullshit, all right? I'm not boasting, all right? But this is a fact, all right? I had a neighbour a long time ago, and he's still a friend of mine, but when I tried to tell him about truth, he fucking, you know, threw me under the bus, like everyone else. I'm a fucking, you know.
119
But anyway,
backwards.
yeah, but anyway, he is a fucking, he has been he's a scholar. He's a scholar of weed, this man. Right? If you ever wanted to ever get growing advice from anyone, right, he's the man. Right? I've seen all of his failed and successful crops, all at all different stages. All right, and
Right.
if there was anyone I'd ever want to ask about advice, it'd be him. All right, 100%. He has done it all, man, and he's been on the case since the early 90s. I'd say 93, 94. All right. That's how long he's been, you know, growing on and off. This friend of mine.
Wow.
And he knows all the ins and outs, man. You know what I mean? He's fucking done it all. He's tried it all. You know, have you heard of the magazine High Times, Tommy? You probably know about that magazine, yeah?
That reminds me again, man. Look, I found something in the last batch that I got, and it's either like some piece of food or whatever, but or it's wax, you know, like a chunk of wax. I haven't confirmed that yet, and I'm not going to just smoke something that could be, you know, crack rock or something. I don't know. I don't know what, you know, but I mean, it appears that it's a nice chunk of you know, wax, THC wax, which would be a nice little bonus, you know. But yeah, I keep forgetting to ask the person.
Well, all I have to say about my friend is, man, all right, he's very naive in the ways of the world, all right. But when it comes to weed, he's fucking a master, all right.
See,
and it's not about, yeah, it's not about absolute maximizing the crop. You know, he's 100% organic, natural, and he doesn't always get the biggest harvest, all right, from his crops, but the potency, man, the potency is is the maximum. You know,
Right.
he has, and it's all legit, man. Like, I mean, no chemical. He does not use any chemicals, no GMO, no fucking nothing fucking poisonous, man. He's all over that shit, but he doesn't believe anything else I say. But he knows everything about fucking keeping weed healthy and maximum. You know, he gets the best fucking shit, man. But he loses on the crop, man, because he does it the right way. All right, he does it organically and without chemicals, man.
Right.
But it's a small crop, but it's potent, man. It's the fucking most potent shit ever. You know, he's studied this shit. He knows his shit. You know, he's been doing it since the early 90s, man. You know, and if when I get seeds from him, you know, which I think I got a couple the first season that I grew, which was last year. You know, it was good, man, guaranteed. But you don't get a big crop if you don't, you know, follow the way everyone else does it, man, and use the pharmaceutical shit. You know, you don't get a big crop, you know, but it's still potent and it's natural and clean.
Yeah, my cat jumped up on the chair, and I was like, I didn't know what. Thought somebody was grabbing my chair.
It's a shame. I've got to tell you, Tommy, it's a shame. Because I've known this guy for fucking years, all right? I'm saying, what, 20 years, you know what I mean? And we used to be neighbours. We were neighbours for a long time, man. Like 10 years, 12 years, you know? But he just can't wake the fuck up. He's still living in the mainstream media news world, you know? It's sad. He wanted to fight me over Black Lives Matter. I told him it's bullshit. It's bullshit, and it's designed to divide us and make us fight each other. It's not reality, mate. You know? He's personally attached to it. He's always had a chip on his shoulder because he's not white, all right? He thinks everybody's against him, you know?
Right.
You know, you can't. Some people you can't help, but you know,
Well,
you got to try.
And the BLM is preying on those type that are already feeling victimized or have been,
Yes.
you know. And so, yeah, it's crazy, man. That
When I told him all lives matter, he wanted to fight me. That's what he got upset. I said all lives fucking matter.
I say all matter matters. All matter matters.
Oh, of course. It's fucking ridiculous. Of course it's dividing. It's a fucking it's a title, isn't it? It's what do you call it? It's title, I don't know the right word, but it's, you know, it's divisive. If you said white lives matter, how would that go down? You know, white lives matter. You know,
Good luck.
how's that going to work out for you? Not too good unless you're Ku Klux Klan, right?
Exactly.
You can't say that unless you're a Nazi. Are you a Nazi? You can't say white lives matter. You must be racist. Because only white people can be racist, right? Only white people.
You know, whites were slaves ever before the blacks were too. So,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
know.
there's that.
We know this.
Yeah.
But it's all about dividing us. That's what it's all about. I love everybody, man. I love everybody. If you talk to me, I love you. All right? I've got no fucking hatred towards anyone. Anyone.
Who just joined us, Voynich.
Hey, Voynich.
What's happening? I was just talking about your plants on the porch. We were.
Yeah.
That's funny, Voynich. We talked you right up. I was saying how lovely they are.
Yeah, he does well.
Yeah, Voynich is going to have plenty of medicine for the winter. Plenty of.
I don't know how he does well to keep them multi-generational, mate, because even here we've got a pretty mild climate, but when the warm weather stops, mate, it's if you don't move them inside and get them on the hydro program, they're not going to live. They're going to die, mate. You know, it's hard to keep them going. You know, in warmer climates you can do it, but not where I live.
Were any of the how do you say it, Abernese, the native people to your country? Were they
Aborigines
sold slaves? Were any of them ever sold? Yeah. Were they ever sold as slaves? Somebody's asking in the chat.
No, I don't believe. Well, they're the original slaves. They're the
Right.
they were the before
slaves
we
to
had
Australia.
before Australia had conscription in war, which started in Vietnam. All right. Aborigines were the original conscripted soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much, yeah. They were just if they were living in major cities, they would have been the ones that were thrown into World War One before any white man ever got to sign up for it.
Right.
They were always on the front lines, and I think that was the same for America as well, wasn't it? Like the native,
Yeah.
you know, the African Americans, they were They were the frontline
And
soldiers.
and then that's how they got their freedom, was because they served.
Yeah.
You know. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
They've
helps
always
you.
been used and abused. They fucking hate all native people all over the world. The people who run this shit, they fucking hate native people because they hold the fucking answers to the fucking, to the problems that we
and that's
suffer
who
from.
they're stealing from. It,
They
when
have the
they
secret.
when
They have the
conquer,
secrets, and they stole their knowledge, mate. That's what they did.
yeah,
They silenced
when,
them and stole
when they
their knowledge.
conquer other countries, that's who they're stealing the most from, is whoever's native to that, country. Certainly, yeah. The American Indians, certainly. They never, they I'm sure they planned on having to fight, somebody to keep this land, and they could have went about things differently, but they chose to be horrible as they could to the Indians, for so long. So yeah, it's crazy
Yeah,
that
the word. If you talk about the way that secret societies work, Tommy. All right. So we know about gematria. We also know about the truth about language and the way that the English language, in particular, has been used against us. Can't think of what it's called, man. I've got a mental blank. But the actual word Aborigine, all right, if you break it down, all right, it actually means not original, which is completely opposite to what they actually are.
Right.
So
Wow.
the original people are called not original with the word Aborigine, which is it's disgraceful.
So they
And,
gave them that. They gave them that
yeah.
name.
Yeah, they
On
don't,
purpose.
and the ones that know, the native people who know. I mean, they are the native people. They've been here for at least 50,000 years. That's what that's what the powers that be tell us. The case is at least 50,000, 60,000 years, all right. But I'm sure it's way longer than that. But anyway. That's what the history tells us. That's what the controllers tell us. But the actual term ab, AB, means without, which is going back to Roman, or what's the language that doctors use. It's AB means without, and original. Not original. That's what it actually means. So a lot of the native Australians, they don't use that term. They hate it. They hate it with a passion, and they use the term Koori, Koori.
Huh.
That's their native language for the First Peoples. Yeah. And look, it's a deep subject because people from other countries, they might not realise this, but there's a political agenda going on between the native peoples and the white peoples, and the major agenda is to make all white people hate themselves for what has happened. What happened to the original people when not we, but that's how they want you to think about it. But when the British colonies colonised, I like to use the word colonised because it's connected to the word colon. And if they stuck it up our ass, and they stuck it up their ass, and they stuck it up our ass as well. Their ass and our ass. So
Right.
we've all been colonised. That's where we all came from. But we shouldn't hate ourselves, because we're not responsible for what happened in those times. We weren't there. Our families weren't there. And I'm pretty sure, you could trace it back if you want to. You probably find your families aren't connected to what happened with the colonisations of our nations. And we shouldn't hate ourselves because we aren't responsible for what happened. And we love all people, and especially the native people. All right. So it's unfair, and that's what's been programmed into us, is to hate ourselves for what's happened to the native people before we even existed, or our great 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 grandparents existed. Not that far back. I'm over exaggerating, but you know what I mean. It's about self hate. It's not fair, mate.
They don't care either way, though. I mean, they don't care if you hate or don't hate. Either way. I mean, but
but that's been in program. That's been programmed. That's been programmed into us.
They hate us equally.
All
really.
I'm saying is, I don't know. In America, it's different, all right, because it's been going on for a long time, and it's a big country, but I don't know. Maybe it is the same. I'm not sure. I can't comment for what's happening in America with that programming. But in Australia, it is deep, and it's been going on for at least 10 years. I can tell you 100%. They've been programming white Australians to hate themselves.
Have you ever heard of this documentary called Sex Down Under?
No, I haven't heard of that one.
Oh my goodness, brother. Hold on, let me, because I watched it, and I'll bring that up in a minute. Let me pull this up first. Sex, yep, Down Under. Okay, this is interesting.
It's all part of it's all part of the programming, mate. The Black Lives Matter, white guilt. You know what I mean? They want every white person to feel guilty for what's happened to black people.
Heard of this or seen it? I really am. But all right, check this out. So can you see? Sex Down Under, and let's see.
We need Voynich to get on here. Come on, Voynich, what are you doing?
I'll put the thing out there. There's a couple. Anybody can join us. But hang on. Let me see here, because I really wanted. Yeah, here's the trailer for it. Okay, this is your area. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's slow to load here, but hang on.
I try to stay away from these channels.
It says sex is a huge part. It says sex is a huge part of our lives. Our very existence depends on it. Yet it's treated and practiced differently in every society. Explore sexuality down under, from the extraordinary to the taboo, in this fascinating must-see documentary revealing sexual traditions and practices in people. Okay, a land down under. All right, so
it is, Voynich. That's Melbourne, yep. Yep. That was Melbourne, yep.
Yeah, it's Melbourne. It's that's where it is. That's where this is about. Oh my goodness. Okay.
I don't know that guy with the gimp mask though. He's not.
Yeah. Well. Oh my goodness. That's actually the guy. That guy there is actually the guy who's doing the documentary.
Trust me, man.
He just tried it on. That guy just tried it on. But that guy.
I've got no doubt, Tommy. I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's different anywhere else, right? But we have all the same weird sex fucking ritual parties that you have anywhere else in the world.
All right. Well, what I'm getting at is just it's become a world full of people, and addicted to flesh, addicted to sex, addicted to freaky deaky stuff, and that's not cool, man. Legal brothels.
Yep.
So y'all got legal brothels
Yep.
and illegal, a
Yep.
bunch of illegals too.
Oh, we did before.
S&M. What's your pleasure? Man, oh man. Pretty crazy.
I'd say we're second to Sydney, though, man. We're not.
Oh, not
Sydney's
according to that one. I think
I don't know.
y'all are the capital of sex capital of Australia.
Oh, we're definitely evil, man. We're definitely part of the beast system.
Yeah, see, I have Prime Video, so like here it is. Let me see if this one has a better trailer on it. See, I can watch it right now. Ooh, I must not be logged in because but anyway, here's the trailer. It's only got 3.1 stars. Wow. Have you ever heard Maxine? That lady, Maxine Hill, I think her name was.
No, man.
Maxine Fenson.
Never heard of it.
Oh, she's she's like the queen of porn there and everything else.
Yeah, I really don't want to know these people, man.
Yeah, I hear you. It's just like I was shocked that
the filth is
be.
everywhere, man. Look, we've proven to be one of the most satanic cities in the world, man. We're the leader in the New World Order propaganda. So yeah.
I guess it's the same one. Yeah, the same.
We've had this dirty shit. We've had this dirty shit for years, man. Going back to the 80s, man, we've had triple X sex shows, but I don't think that's unusual anywhere in the world. I think New York was way ahead of us, man. They were doing that shit in the 70s. So, yeah. But yeah, we're up with it. Whatever you want, mate. Before this lockdown shit happened, yeah, you could have anything you want, mate. You could have black midget sex in a dungeon, fucking spinning around on a fucking anything you want. You name it, man. You name it, you can get it. You could get it before. Absolutely, no problem at all. Yeah.
Crazy, man, crazy.
But we've been part of it for a long time, man. The satanic New World Order system. And obviously we were high on the list of cities to be taken over because we were one of the 33 New World Order cities, to adopt the new protocols, It's all out there now, It's no secret.
Good to see you too, Brenda. Wow.
PK made a video. I don't know if anyone's familiar with PK Censored. I think PK Censored 3.
I subscribe to him. Yeah.
He just made a video yesterday about the 33 fucking New World Order. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. I think it's basically the New World Order cities, and in our area of the world, all right, in what was it called? Asia. What was it? Asia. Oh, I can't remember the actual area, but what's it called? Asia something. It was only two cities anyway, and it was Christchurch, New Zealand, and Melbourne, Australia. We're part of it, big part of it. 33. What is it? Strong cities. Yeah. So there's no coincidence. They had their guns stolen from them after the fake Christchurch shooting event that happened in Christchurch.
Right.
In 2018.
Yep. So I did want to mention this too. Since I've had my grandson here, we've been watching cartoons, animation stuff, and we were watching a live show on. It was a live streaming of some animation cartoon stuff. Um, Kids, definitely made for kids. All right, and they're singing and dancing, and this uh, character goes, um, he says, let me show you my moves, and he's like, Michael Jackson is cool when he does Michael Jackson's moonwalk, and I mean, I was just like, wow, are they really going to bring up Michael Jackson, who was accused of molesting children, in this kids thing, kids sing along video thing, cartoon? I'm like, oh my god!
It's deep, mate, isn't it? It's deep.
Right after that scene, they have a race car that has the number. Guess what number's on the side?
33.
69, man. Come on. You're gonna put that in a kid's cartoon, uh, and talk about Michael Jackson, and how cool he is, and all this, what, it's just, yeah, it's blatant now. It's just, you're right, Ben. It's everywhere, just in your face, and they're eventually, they're gonna try to normalize, and they are trying to do it now. The pedophilia and stuff. And they're
It'll be passed, man. It's going to be there's going to be laws passed, and that probably I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty certain that they'll be passed in America first. That pedophilia, it's a choice, and it should be legalized if you're a consenting adult, It should be passed as a law that it shouldn't be, illegal.
It's the mass.
And it'll become normalized, and that's if people can't see,
Man,
that
mass
is
get on board with that, we know we're done.
that's the beginning of the end, mate. That really is. There's no coming back from that. Once that law is passed, we're done. That's it.
They just passed a law somewhere that you can, California, I guess, or something, that you an 18-year-old can marry a 10-year-old or something like that, or
10. What?
An 18-year-old can marry an 8-year-old, I think. Yeah, 10 years difference.
No chance.
Yeah, that's
Can't
sick.
happen.
Sick stuff, man. And you wonder why there's so much California.
But you can't leave your house unless you're wearing a mask. But
Yeah.
you can have sex with 10-year-old children, right?
Sick.
What sort of world is it? What sort of world are we living in, mate?
Yeah, look what masks long term are going to do the harm, because kids will not be able to identify,
They won't be able to identify emotion. They won't know what happiness is. They won't understand. They won't understand happiness by normal human emotion, because it's been hidden from them from birth. This generation now, the ones being born now, mate, they are screwed. They are screwed.
I think they're going to be spared by the fact that we are so close to the end, because I mean, just look at the hell some of us have been through, and even some of our kids already. But these really young ones, the babies, yeah, I think they're just They're not. They're gonna.
They're blank slates. That's
Yeah.
what they are, man.
Oh yeah, I agree there too. But I don't think. I don't think we
Easily
have.
programmed. If they haven't got people protecting them, mate, and telling them the way it's supposed to be, and teaching them the right way, they are screwed, mate. Because the system will raise them, and if the parents refuse to be real parents, man, and do what they're supposed to do, and raise their children, we are screwed, man. We are.
Well, I fully
That's what we
expect
do.
the rest of Revelations to play out in the next 8 years. 7, 8 years. So I mean, there's that. I mean, I don't think we even have 10 years before this all wraps up. You know, I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong because things are just
But
perfectly.
the only way out, Tommy, is if parents absolutely understand the responsibility they have to their own children.
No,
If they
no.
if they don't do it, we're done, mate. It's all
At
over.
this point, we would have to have a worldwide awakening, at least like 70 to 80%, and I don't even ever see that happening. So,
It's got to be close to half. I think we're going that direction, mate. I think the only limit to stopping this bullshit and the freedom that we do still have only just. But I think the only limit to it is the time that we have left. So if people don't stand up and protect their own children, we are screwed because we have limited time. And if you don't try and do the right thing, there won't be any time left.
I think
Don't leave it up to the state to raise your children because there's no time left and they don't have your children's interests at heart.
I think at this point it's important for us to realize that we probably will be taken out and our children will be taken out at some point during this. So it we should just focus on the fact that we're on the winning side and that our side is going to win in the end. So I think that's why so many of us have had near death experiences, so that we don't fear death and we don't. We're not. I mean, I don't fear a guillotine. I don't fear them, slicing and dicing me up whatever way they want to, because I won't comply. And
We're not here for us, mate, are we? We're not fighting for us.
Yeah.
It's not about us. It's about the future, mate.
Well,
That's all we care.
It's about eternity. I mean, see, that's the thing. I mean, at some point, 15, 20 years ago, or even 28 years ago, when I started saying down with the New World Order, and from that point on, sure, it was about the kids, my future kids, and so that. But here we are. My kid's 20 years old now, 20 and 22, 23. So I mean, I'm shocked that we got this far. But we're here, and we see the acceleration of the New World Order agenda, the One World Order agenda, and they're winning, and it says that they will be for a few years, for a time, but that's only by design, by God's allowing this to happen, and
I think we can turn it around, mate. I really do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, mate.
We're not meant to, though, brother. That's it. We're just meant to endure it and push back. But we're God is gonna. This thing's bigger than us. God is gonna have to intervene, and that's the war in heaven is.
What I'm saying, Tommy, is we are willing to lay our lives down to save
and we
the
are.
future.
Yes. But I'm just saying we're we're not going to win this thing. God is, because it's bigger than
Yeah.
us. I mean,
Yeah.
like it says, even the elite could be deceived if possible. But I mean, look how many people are going to be deceived because they don't care now, and they're not going to care then. They're going to be, just fully delusioned. But yes, we're in the battle, and we're willing to lay down our lives because we care that much. I mean, I only share.
There is pushback there, Tommy. That's what I want to let you know, man. There is pushback because
And all right, yeah. But but you can't say that for sure. There's an appearance.
I know it for sure. It's happening, mate. It is happening. Pushback is happening.
All right, but that's also prophesized. But what I'm saying is that we're not going to be able to overcome them because they've got so many weapons, that and that they're going to use against us. So God is going to step in a few years when it looks like there's no hope but Him, and then His wrath is going to stop them from overcoming.
Yeah, I believe. I'm not too. I know you're all about prophecy, mate. But all I'm saying is the pushback is happening, and real people of God are standing up. All right, people who care, people who love, people who hate tyranny. They are standing.
Yes, that's amazing. But see, the problem is that always gets hijacked, does it not? So see, if me and you and everybody in our community were together, they would still try and hijack it until they do, whatever, they would kill us or whatever. But if they can't hijack it, so that's what's happened with every true intended organization or group of people, that's pushed back. In most cases, that's what happens, unfortunately. But I'm content with knowing that we've been fighting for the light side, the right side, all this time, and I'm content with losing, because I don't comply, and I'm also content with we did our part, and just because we didn't overcome and we died, in the war, doesn't mean that it wasn't meant to be, and that we, like I said, we did our part, and we'll be rewarded for it later, so. I'm glad that God steps in at some point because I realize that we are in a spiritual war too, and the war in heaven is going on right now, mad, and they're trying to hide that from us. But the Satan will be cast down with the third of the angels, at some point in in the next few years, and then that's when he and the Antichrist will be given the full authority to try and uh, either kill us or win our souls over, get us to comply. And there's unfortunately there's going to be billions of people that will comply, and only a million of us maybe, that don't, so uh, take
I hear you,
I'm
mate.
not trying to be doom and gloom, because like I said, our redemption will draw nigh, and we will go down as being on the right side of this thing, and for doing our best to push back. Because I'm not saying don't push back just because we know how the story ends. I'll never stop. They'll never shut me up, but and yeah, when it comes down to it, I'll pick up a weapon and really push back if the tyranny comes to my doorstep.
Your voice is your weapon, Tommy.
Yes, I know that. But still, defending my own house too is one thing too. Like I said, you're not going to let them just plow over your door and your family. I don't think. I would rather go down, trying.
What I want people to know about the state of the Victorian fines is, and I want this to be on the record, is that every coronavirus transgression that has been connected all right, to fines in the state that I live in, the state of Victoria. Every single one of the fines connected to coronavirus, all right, that has been challenged has actually been forgiven, has been cancelled. Because they don't want any of them to go to court because they will lose, because they are breaking the law.
Yeah.
That's a fact. And if you watch, I probably actually can quote it because I've got it written down in front of me. But if people want to write this down as I read it out, so if you've got a pen and paper, get it ready, all right? Because I can't drop links because I'm a social retard. I've got no idea how to do it. But yeah, the actual video is: have lockdown fines been challenged in court? ? Questioning the Attorney General. David Limbrick, capital letters, MP.
Why don't we play
in inverted commas, Liberal Democrats, in inverted commas, Australia. He actually questioned the Attorney General about fines that have been challenged regarding coronavirus, and every single fine that's been challenged has been dismissed, cancelled, because they don't want any of them to get to court because they're all illegal. They have no standing. That's why they won't let them go to court, because there's been thousands, let me quote, thousands of fines that have been challenged, and they've all been cancelled.
Well, that's what Rose 77 talks about that it's all poppycock,
Yeah.
Well, Wake and Activate. Michelle has been in bed all week. I hope that you get some healing. I'm sending some prayers out and some good vibes your way. Hopefully, everybody else will too. I'm sorry to hear that you've been.
Yeah, I've been sick too, man. I've had a stomach pain, man. I'm telling you, for like a week, and I don't know whether it's stress or what it is. All right.
Hi, Robert.
I'm still functional. I can still operate. I can still do what I need to do. But I did actually have to go home early a couple of days ago because I wasn't able, and it's just wearing. I can't stop going to the toilet, and it's killing me. And I've got a constant pain in my stomach. I don't know. I don't know what.
But have you had it before?
No, well, the last time I had anything similar to this, I needed surgery because I had a hernia that burst.
Oh, wow.
So I'm hoping it's not related.
Send prayers your way too, then, brother, man. Father, please heal these wonderful people.
But I'm pretty sure it's just stress and worry. I'm pretty sure that's all it is.
Yeah.
And it's being demonstrated on a physical level. Yeah.
You know that they are pushing our buttons, and I must say this too. I think that they've upped the amount of toxins in our food and water and stuff too. They're just throwing everything at us. Here's the kitchen sink too. They're just they want us to know we're in a war now. I think, at least us. They don't want the masses to know, but it's like they're in our face now, just saying, yeah, we're coming for you. You're on our list. I don't care. It's fine. I'll see everybody in a FEMA camp, and guess what? I'm like Houdini. I can escape out of a lot of shit. So plan on escaping with me, and then we'll see what we can do too to fight back. But these people, they don't scare me, and nothing.
We're not fighting for us, Tommy, are we?
No, of course not. Look, I'm fighting for all the people that somehow fell under delusion one way or another, and once you're under delusion, man, it's hard to pull. Once you're stuck in a sand pit, it's hard to get out. And so, I don't know. We can throw all the lifelines we want these people, but if they don't, get on and help fight to get out of that quicksand, then they're going to be stuck, until this thing wraps up, and they're gonna hate what choice they chose, because we all have a choice. It's either you represent and love and support the light side or the dark side. There's a fence, that the wall in the middle that people like to cling to, but that wall's going to crumble down. It's going to shake, and people who think they're going to stay on the fence forever are going to fall off and have to choose. You've got to. Everybody has to choose who. What are you truly going to stand for?
I sacrificed my life, man. I have to tell you, for probably the last, I don't know, probably eight years, I reckon. And I've been preparing, mate. I mean, you've been preparing with, with food and supplies or whatever. But I've been preparing with sacrificing my life and my freedom to save money and be ready for the end times, man. Because I knew it was coming. All right, and that's not coming. That's not coming from a Christian belief. That's not that's not coming from a religious standpoint.
Yeah, I mean,
that's just coming. That's just coming from a knowledgeable standpoint, man. Because
many times that besides the fact that my Bible background, stuff like that, the religious background, I was red pilled by somebody who was an atheist, man. That guy, atheist. My girlfriend's dad, and he sat us down and told us all about the New World Order and One World Order plans. We didn't ask him to. He just decided one day to sit us down and red pill us. And I've been dealing with it ever since. And sometimes I feel like it's a curse. So many years of knowing that all this stuff was coming. Wondering and waiting, and and it's crazy, man.
If you haven't heard of the mark of the beast, at this point, you haven't been paying attention, and it's very sad, because if you've heard about the mark of the beast, you've only got to combine a few of the elements that we've been subjected to in the last 10, 15 years, right? Say 15 years. 15 years. If you went back 15 years, all right. This is when Agenda 21 was first announced, and the mark of the beast became more popular. Definitely more so in the last 10 years, I'd say. But you can't deny these facts, all right? This is the way we're going, all right? We knew the digital currency was coming in. We knew there was going to be a cashless system. We knew the New World Order was coming. All right. Alex Jones, all right. Love him or hate him, all right. He told us what was going on. And that's the reason that I'm here. I mean, that's a fact, and
I think
he opened a lot of people's eyes to the way the world was actually going, and we're here. This is it. We're here now. We're only a year or two away at the most from total control, the New World Order system, digital currency, cashless society, and we've seen the training run in China,
India
right?
too. India
with the social credit system.
Yeah, and India with everybody being in the system there where it's all capped. Yeah.
They started out with the with paying for everything with their phone. All right, digital currency. Okay, they got rid of cash, and now they've moved on to facial recognition with the social credit system, and it's the plan for the rest of the world. And if anyone can't see it, they're not paying attention, mate.
No,
It's
no.
as simple,
And,
it's as simple as that.
that's the thing. Um, people people don't want to pay attention. They just want to be entertained. And it's like, when do you put down the desire to be entertained 24/7, and have desire to be informed, well informed, and I mean, it's like, but see, that's what the delusion does for these people. They just it makes them just only care about self pleasing and self entertainment, and not what's going on in the world or even in their own neighborhood. Like, I know all my neighbors, and I do stuff for them when I
You're
can.
lucky. You're lucky,
Whatever.
mate.
Well, I will do plenty for them if it hits the fan, whatever. But most people don't even want to know their neighbor's name, and they don't even don't care one bit. And it's like, that's what's wrong with this world, is that everybody has just fell in love with themselves, instead of loving each other, and loving the creator, and loving right, not wrong, calling, they call bad good, and good bad now. It's like we live in an opposite, ass backwards, upside down world, that only we created by um, forgetting about treating each other good, and just focusing on being entertained and having sex, and all that stuff, that we just let overtake our proper thinking, and we start having stinking thinking all the time. So I mean, we each and every one of us has fought these battles,
Self gratification,
spiritually,
mate. That's what it's
and
about.
mentally, and physically,
Yeah.
because of our choices, man. It's all about choices, and we don't think about the consequences of each and every choice that we make enough. And I'm not saying we have to analyze some little simple choice of, turning on a light, but I'm talking about, it's all those choices we make that could harm us or others, and we keep making.
I got it on years ago, Tommy, and yeah, I've got project cars. I'm the same as you. I had dreams of being self-employed with buying and selling cars and all that sort of thing. And I'm mechanically minded, and I had a friend who used to help me, with cars, and we used to help each other, and we had the same interest. Well, once I started talking to him about the truth of the world, and he got lost in, yeah, well, he went the wrong way. I'll just say that, but he became a different person, and yeah. But there's, we've all had that. There's many people that we've lost along the way because they fail to see the truth of the world, and they love the lies. They love the lies too much, mate, and they're stuck in the lies.
I've started wearing this gold chain to recently, to remind myself of how foolish I was for trading a really nice motorcycle for this gold chain. I let somebody fool me, and told me this, convinced me that this was solid gold, and worth what solid gold, been $2,000, around $2,000, if it was truly solid gold like it was supposed to be. And I gave up a motorcycle that was worth more than 2,000, around it, anyway. I mean, definitely worth, you know. And so, yeah, man,
Nine, it's 9 carat. Is it 9 carat?
Hmm?
Is it 9 carat or 18?
It's just gold plated. I don't even remember the carat, but it's not solid gold, so it's not worth thousands of dollars like it should be. And so the guy stood there and looked me in the eye and said, "This is solid gold. This is worth 2 grand at least." And he was clearly lying to me. and the police didn't do nothing about it, man. I called the police and begged them to, get this guy for what he did to me, and he was he was a pawnbroker. He still works at a pawn shop, here locally. And then before that, he was a correction officer, so he had.
Oh, you can trust him.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. I mean, but I had, I know some you can, I mean, my cousin was a one of those here, and for a long, long time,
This
and he
is
was a.
this is real. This is 18 carat, man.
It's what?
This is 18 carat. This one. This chain.
Uh-huh.
It's just short of an ounce of gold. I think it's 25.
Yeah, see, this is a little water.
24. I think this is 25 or 26. 25 or 26 grams.
Right.
This is 18. This is 18 carat, man. This is the real deal.
Yeah. Well, see, this weighs the same as the real deal, and it looks just like it too. So, I mean, even the people I took it to that inspected it said, yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to to tell. I mean,
It's actually it should be if it's 18 carat, it should be stamped 18 carat.
oh, this had the right stamps on it too. Yeah,
Yeah.
they changed the yeah. I
They
can't
should.
look at it. I can't see it right now. I'd have
Well,
to.
I hope I wasn't robbed. Apparently, mine's worth like $5 or $6 grand now. Apparently.
Oh yeah, this would be too. Yeah, this was like a couple years ago. So right now, if this was, yeah, let me see how much it weighs right now. I'll tell you, because I weighed it
Mine's
when
25. Mine's 25 grams.
okay, hold on. When he brought it to me, I weighed it to make sure that it was the right weight.
Yeah, you got scales. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I collect coins and silvers and gold, anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So check this out. Let's see what we got. 29.1 grams.
29. That's more. That's more than this.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. So you can imagine that's an ounce and 2 grams. Let's see.
Nearly 2 grams over.
But yeah, I'd have some nice money if it was really.
That's the same, similar sort of chain that I've got.
Right. Yeah. So see, it's got the real design too. That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, this thing is definitely legit. Other than it's not solid
That's
gold.
mine, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it up there. Hang on.
Yours looks heavier than mine, man. It looks thicker than
Yeah,
mine.
this thing is. Yeah, I mean, it's thick. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, man. I really wish it was the right. What the guy, said it was.
Both me and my girlfriend, we both we bought our chains at the same time. She actually bought 4 chains. She bought four chains off the same woman, and she's been a gold dealer for a while. She's a friend of my girlfriend, and we paid cash, and they're all worth way more than what they were when we bought them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm having trouble trying to read this. Let's see.
Well, I can tell you, man, for a matter of fact, that I've had mine. We've had them for 10 years, and I've worn it every day, man, and it never ever changed, man. Never got duller.
14 carat.
Yeah. This has never ever changed, man.
Is that what did you say yours was? What carat?
18.
That's better, right, or not?
Yeah, better. Yeah.
It's better to be 18 than 14. Yeah.
20 was it 24? 24 carat is
pure. Yeah, it goes up. Yeah. So you got better. Yours would have been better. So yeah, yours probably is worth a couple more grand than mine if it was real. And you said yours is solid real. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 100%.
Yeah. Right. Nice.
Well, it never changes. It never changes color, man. It never changes. It's always the same, no matter what. I wear it every day, for 10 years. So.
Yep.
It always looks the same. You know what I mean? It doesn't get any worse. It doesn't go black or fucking dark or. You know what I mean? There's
I know. I know
real.
that now. I know that now, Doc. You got to have the acid test done. Yep.
Yeah, because if it isn't 100% gold, man, you'll know. You'll know pretty soon. it'll start to go off color. Yeah. So that's a test. Your body's the test, really.
Yeah. Well, this is real gold, just not all the way through. So until that plating's rubbed off, I mean, it'll be nice.
Yeah. Now there's an actual stamp they put into the gold here for 18 karat, and it's actually stamped. It's stamped into the gold.
Yeah.
And that that signifies that it's legit.
Yeah. Holy moly. I'm the psychiatrist for the group.
Oh, I know there's scams going on with it. That's for sure. There's no doubt about it, mate, because it's the most valuable metal, isn't it? So people are going to profit from it. Yeah.
24 carats. He's got the carats. Huh? We have some funny people in the house. Oh man. Yeah, it's fun to do this overnight. You get to see who stays up overnight or who's up early or whatever. Hey, and it's 2:19 somewhere. It's fixed to be 2:20 here, 4:20.
I'm in the future. I'm September 12th.
Does anybody want to join me and Mad Pieman? I'll put the link in there one more time. Nobody has joined us, man. It's like
come on, Voynich. What are you
have the beard to join us. That's what it is. Nobody's got the beard to, the goatee. They're like, no, it'll be.
Don't be shy. All
if
non-beardless
you
are
have a
welcome.
gray or white goatee, you can join us.
If you haven't got a grey beard, please join us.
You could put a fake one on. Oh dear. And it is 4:20 somewhere. So I'm gonna load up some Skittles and some perp. So I got this jar here is mixed with Skittles and perp. Thanks for being here, guys. I really appreciate when y'all tune into these just off the cuff shows. I did share some Blind 11 stuff earlier and my personal connection with Blind 11 and how the FBI lied to me and my dad, laughed at us and lied to us. Isn't that nice? That I've known all the way back since 2001 that you certainly couldn't trust the FBI because I knew me and my dad knew that we were dealing with Muhammad Atta, and for them to just laugh at us and lie and come out there and take all the stuff overnight out of the guy's apartment, and then just refuse to answer any of our questions and just tell us we're wrong. Yeah, the FBI can bite me. They probably like to. Yeah. So, hey David, glad you're still here. Scooter's still here. There's quite a few of us here, and we're just kicking it. And it's 222 here. That number has followed me around for many, many years. Yep. 22 years almost. Alrighty. I guess Matt will be joining us shortly. Here we go. Here we go. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Bobby. Ooh. I'm gonna mute.
What's the breed, Tommy?
Breathe. Breathe. Oh, man. One of these days, you got to make one and do a gravity, anti-gravity, fake gravity.
Density.
Oh my gosh, man! Scooter and maybe one other person. It's the only ones that have taken my bucket bong check.
Bucket bong challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, bucket challenge. Yeah, remember that one? Yeah. Take a bucket bong hit and then pour the water on you. And sometimes, hey, we have Awake and Activate. Michelle joining us. Hello, how's it going?
Ooh. Hang on.
When you want, you're muted though, Michelle. So just unmute yourself.
Sure.
There you go.
Yeah, I had to unmute your show because you guys were echoing. It's kind of cool sounding. And then I was like, "Oh, Fever's back up." Oh no, just mute the other. Now you guys sound pretty normal.
Hey.
Yeah, I just popped on and say hi. I can't come on camera. I look like total. I've been in bed all week, but I got the flu in a good way.
Whoa.
I got it from granddaughter kisses, and she wasn't feeling well. My son had to work, so I took care of her, and she took a nap with me and everything. And I got a jury summons for my daughter on Monday of this week. This week was a big week. This week was supposed to be a big week. I was supposed to meet with the district attorney, the victims advocacy, and several other groups were going to be there at this meeting. And then the prelim was supposed to be today. Well, after getting the summons, the jury summons for her, I didn't get out of bed the next morning. I was
When you
down.
say for her, what do you mean for her? A jury summon for her?
That she has jury duty. My daughter has jury duty.
You. Okay, yeah, she does. Okay, I thought you meant you did for her, and I was like, that would be a conflict of interest.
Well, no. How can she serve jury duty when she's 6 feet under? I mean, how could they be calling me into a trial over her death, but then sending her jury duty notices that she has to show in? It just threw me so sideways. And then, like the next day, I was just sicker than sick. I mean, I was down. So I've been up for a couple hours, and so I got sick of sleeping. I just wanted to get up for a little while, and here you guys were. So I thought I'd pop in and say hi, and that I'm still alive, and also to verbally request that you go onto your YouTube page and give Doc a Smurf. I have never seen him unsmurfed. It was so odd to see him be, and it's like opposite land. Everywhere I go, he's a Smurf. He's got a blue wrench, right? But here, everybody else is a Smurf, but Doc.
Right now, you talking about in this one?
Yeah.
I can't see. See, I'm in StreamYard, so I can't tell who has a wrench or not. But I usually do go in and make.
Yeah, pop in there, give him his little winchy poo. He's so by himself over there. He's like the little odd duck that can't waddle because he doesn't have his little blue waddling thing.
Does it show you who has a wrench in here, in StreamYard? So I'll go.
No, I know. That's why I said We always, when we're using StreamYard, we have to go into our YouTube. We can't change it or nothing in here. We can't do nothing from. We can read the comments and we can show them.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Doc. I'll get that in just a few minutes here. I promise you. Yeah,
I
I always go in at different periodically and check it. I just hadn't done it yet during the show, but
I just thought he was a bad boy in here, so you took his wigs away.
I'm sorry, Doc. I didn't. That's nothing personal, and there might be
Yeah,
some.
we
Other,
love Doc Michael. I was talking to Doc Michael before earlier.
I'll go ahead and see if I can take care of that right now.
Who can't love Doc Michaels? Come on.
Everybody loves Doc Michael.
Man, talk about a chameleon. Talk about somebody who's, I think we're all working on it, but he's pretty close to perfecting love. You perfect love onto another, and it perfects within yourself. And he's one that can go into any situation, and like a chameleon, fits right in without causing disharmony. He projects it out and receives it back. It's beautiful to
He's
watch.
real. He's as real. He's as real as it gets. Yeah.
Yes. Authentic, honest, true, non-competitive, and that's where we need to get to. When we stop competing with one another and thinking that we have to be better or oppress somebody else to make ourselves feel better, then we will come out of this schism of controlism, of judging one another, and then treat each other as brothers and sisters and love what we have to offer one another and not oppress. You know what I'm saying? We shouldn't be trying to conform. Yeah. We should be we're in this boat together, guys. Let's float.
We're all in this together.
Yes. let's float. Let's row. Let's go.
Got a wrench now. Excuse me. Yeah, sorry about that. Doc, definitely got a wrench now.
How long until you're back on your other one?
November 8th, I think, or something. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's a long while still, but I'm here, and it's been pretty good. I've got getting close to a couple hundred subscribers, and got over a couple thousand views in just a month or so. I mean, new people are finding me, and it seems like quite a few of my regulars, or at least, are finding me. So.
Yeah, we sniff you out.
But I sniff you guys out too, because it's great to have such an awesome community full of people who care about each other and care about the truth. And I know the truth varies for all of us. I get that. None of us are on the exact same page on everything, but we don't want to be lied to or deceived, and that's the biggest thing. And we don't want others, we don't want to see anybody done wrong, or no tyranny gotten over on people and stuff. So that's why we keep coming back, and we keep pushing back, because we don't like what we see, and
but I think you're talking perception. We can perceive things, with many colors, and that doesn't mean we have to say that our perception's the truth. The truth stands alone. The truth is the truth. There's only one factual truth, and it's mentioned everywhere in every culture. Be still and know that I am God. If we would all be still enough and stop trying to do things by the sweat of our brow, and allow God to just utilize and walk with us in the cool of the day, we would have no need for anything else. People can call it higher self. I don't care. They can call it galactic federation. They call it stars, moon, sun. It doesn't matter what the higher being is. Just understand that there is a divine, and it is able to work through each of us. Our perception of it, who cares if it gets to the end result, right? I mean,
and the Creator desires to for each and every one of us. It's not like he wants any of us to sit on the sidelines and not take a part in this whole thing, because we really are supposed to play a role, and and do our best. But
And we're not supposed to be shouting each other down because we don't believe the same. You know, it really broke my heart when you said that.
What?
You know, about what was it about? Maybe a couple weeks ago. It's all just a haze to me. This week's just a haze to you. When you were talking, we were on my channel, and you came on board for a little while and was telling me some things, and I had a hard time believing that people would put you asunder or call you names because of how you feel about certain things. Why does it? How does it impact them? Number one, are you trying to provoke or persuade them? No.
Yeah,
I mean, I had a real hard time
Yeah.
swallowing that and seeing that because of your gentleness that somebody would do that.
Yeah, and and I'm glad that you see it that way, or you're that you did it bothered you because it shows that you care, and other people don't care about any anything but themselves anymore, so they don't have any sympathy or empathy or they don't. It's like it's almost like we've
It's like they gave. It's like they gave up their humanity, Tommy.
yeah, well, we've created this problem though because like
Yeah.
our parents ignored us and we ignore our kids, and it's like I said, it's all about entertaining ourselves and all this self stuff instead of helping each other, and being good to each other, and just it comes because soon as somebody's selfish, then they're expecting somebody else to do more of for them than they should have to, but I mean, if we'd all just treat each other on the same level, and not expect more than somebody's, what I'm saying, like, I don't want to enslave anybody. I don't want anybody to do more for me than I'm
You
doing
are
for
taking
you.
the perspective of the Almighty who loves each and every one of his children equally, not wanting anything but love in return. Love is something that unconditional love is something that is poured out on the object of its love without expectation of return. Therefore, if we're loving each other in such a manner, there is no expectation and no return from it. What happens is it's transforming. It transforms our heart. It transforms our mind.
Right.
Another topic you were talking about is also in scripture. The curses of your father will flow down, 6 to
Yeah.
7 generations. Okay, well let's look at something something common, domestic abuse. For example, husbands beating on wives, wives beating on husbands.
I've dealt with that. You know that. Yeah.
Let's not leave it out that it can go both
believe it
ways.
too.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. And think about this. You're a child, you're raised in that household. That's all you know. They're fighting and beating up each other. So what happens to you? That's all you know. You don't know what perfect love is. You don't know what an unconditional love
You
pouring out.
become what you saw.
That's right.
You'll
You are
do the
molded
same thing. Yeah. Okay.
until finally that pattern
I
it
can
slowly
prove it.
starts to get broken
Yeah.
though, because
Yep.
the next generation will say, oh, I seen that, and they'll try to break it, but it'll bleed through, and then the next generation will say, oh yeah, I saw that, but I'm not, and
Yeah.
it'll
You're right.
listen
You're right.
until finally it's like enough. No more of that stuff is going to happen, even with children, with anything. It eventually
We're the ones.
falls
We're the
away.
ones, Michelle. We're
We're
the
the
ones
ones
to
we're
stop this.
waiting for.
We're the ones to stop it.
Yes, sir.
We-
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, like Matt says, we definitely should never give up the fight in, trying to make this world better, even if we do know the end, the way that it plays out. If we believe the, Book of Revelations and all the war and all the, everything, the God's wrath included or whatever.
God doesn't
So-
have any wrath. Man does.
Yeah. Well, yeah. His wrath is allowing us to destroy each other. Yeah.
Man's wrath
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
our distorted thinking, because God is nothing but perfect love and no
Right.
shadow
Well,
of turning.
And
So
he
that's
doesn't
why
want us to go through any of this stuff, but he's allowing us to because, our choices have consequences.
because he gave us free will.
Yes.
Free
yes.
will. That's right.
Yes.
Free will. So we don't. And if, with that kind of love, you pour out your affections without expecting any return. We can choose to distance ourselves from that love, or we can choose to cleave to it and embrace it and go for the ride of our life. It's up to us.
Yeah. It is. Yeah.
And we have to be able to let go of the past and grab on to the future and what how, the better we want than what the past was. So and if you stay focused on that, man, it's a lot better than any.
If I dwell on the past, I get depressed. If I stress on the future, I get anxious. If I just live in the now and take it moment by moment, day by day, I'm surprised constantly, and nothing
There's
goes.
only
If it
now.
doesn't go too far sideways for me, I may not have felt good this week, but it wasn't the worst thing that could ever happen.
There is only the now. Everything that's happened in the past has happened, and it can't be changed. Everything in the future hasn't happened, and we have no power over the future. We only have.
We can create the future, but we're doing it in the now moment. We're experiencing it now. Yeah, be happy with that. Yeah, yes. And as we're transforming and as we're getting the renewal of our mind, the future is going to be so much different. So why stress on that? Don't worry about that. Just right now, what's going on right now? You're having a good conversation. You got a nice group of people listening to you, and you're having a good time. And you got Mad Time in here, and it's awesome. It's awesome that we come together like this, and we can talk openly with each other, even though I feel like I don't even sound like myself, like Death's warmed up. Or hey, by the way, if you don't see me on your subscription list, I don't know if I won't show up on subscription lists, but I put my subscriptions on private a few weeks back because I'm just trying to do some actions that won't cause reactions, because I know what causes reaction in me and I don't want to cause reaction. So I was like, how are they finding me in these strange places where I go? And then I'm like, I'm giving them a freaking roadmap by showing my subscriptions to where to go and pester me, right? So I hid my subscription, so I don't know, even though if I was subscribed to you, it doesn't look like I am now. I still am. I'm still subscribed, even if your channel is suspended, or and I want to know, is Voynich with a W?
It's a V.
I know, but I know it's a V. But is he coming out? Does he have a channel called with a W? W-Y-N?
I don't think so. I haven't heard about it.
Let's ask him. He says yes. He says yes.
Okay, so that is him. Okay, I forgot.
One is Seth. Yeah, because his first name is Seth. Yeah.
Seth,
yeah.
Okay. Because I see those pop up that he is live, and then I'm like, who is that? Is that Void? No, he said that. So there wasn't a person here. Oh well, maybe I've got that confused. So okay, next time I see that,
he's impersonating himself.
Well, it's orange. It really doesn't look like, it's not his little emoji, or it's not anything like, and it's close to his name, but it could be. It could have been a.
We'll give him a break because he's done.
Drop a link. Yeah, that's him. That's definitely. He's got 3 or 4 channels now, I think.
A Wookiee niche now. A Voynich.
Voynich.
I never even imagining having had to. I never imagined having to make a backup channel like this. I just made this in July, and I've only had one channel for 11 years, and
mate, it's full on now. They're after us, mate. They don't want us to.
I don't even want to create another one if I lose this one. I don't know, man. I'm just, man. How long do you think we should stay on here? Michelle? I mean, just to the end, or I mean, are you tired of YouTube's crap, or what?
No, I'm fine. I was told. See, I just had a YouTube channel myself, and I was just an observer. But when I started making
Content.
content,
Well,
making videos, that I got some really good advice from a friend. They said you need a backup channel because it takes time to open up certain different things that are be available to you over time, like making it over 15-minute posts and different things open up the more length of time that you've got in. So when I started making content, I was like, oh, okay. So I did. I have a backup channel. I've got a few things over there, not much, but just in case it's there and everything's open to it. So no big deal. But I don't know. A lot of people are going to D Live. I went over to D Live and I didn't care for it as much. It's not as user friendly for me.
Right.
What
Yeah,
about you?
I haven't gone live on it yet, but I have one over there. But and I've gone over there when Stavely's been live, a few other people. But yeah, I don't think it's the perfect alternative to YouTube. But I'm sure that no. I mean, I just wonder how long YouTube and even Facebook, these things can go on when we've seen, MySpace come and go and other platforms. It's just like, man, it's crazy how big a hold, grip they have on the world. YouTube and Facebook are the two giants, in platforms.
I agree. I mean, it's just like anything. I mean, we're in, what do you call it, in partnership with them. And when we're in partnership with them, like, they take a cut, of course. And, if your channel's making them some revenue, then, you're viable and they'll keep you around. But I guess if you're really not making them any revenue, it's easy to cut you off for them. I mean, I'm just looking at it from a business standpoint. Oh, okay, they're uploading stuff and they're using space on the server, but they're not bringing any income in. Therefore, what good is it to have? So they're easy to trim. So as soon as you're viable, then go ahead and do the monetization. It only took me 3.5 years to get my first payment from YouTube. That's how long it takes you to get enough ad revenue from YouTube to get your first payment. Just 3.5 years after being wait, no, I was on for 3.5 years. A year and a half I got monetized. So just 2 years after that, it took me 2 years.
That's crazy.
That was with some super chats, but they were still making money off my channel somehow or another through ad revenue or whatever.
Yeah.
So if you're making them a little bit of money, maybe they keep you on. I don't know. I'm really not sure why so many people are being scissored off when they're popular, they draw big crowds, and they're fun. They're fun channels.
Yeah. If you tell truth, you're out. you're out of the game.
I see truther channels that are up and some that say some pretty outlandish stuff, but they have the super chat and they have them on even super chat. They take a third of it, no matter what income comes in through super stickers, through channel membership or super chat. They take a third, so they're still generating revenue, and I don't see them getting knocked off the block. We need to become smarter than the software, smarter than the algorithm. How is the algorithm looking at us? Because I don't think it's a person. I think it's an algorithm.
Yeah, there's definitely supercomputers involved.
That's my dingy, half-fevered Michelle's opinion on that matter. I am a little frustrated that it seems to be a lot of my friends.
I'm pretty sure if you don't support the topic of the day, you won't be supported by YouTube.
I don't support any of the topics of the day. I'm terrible. I think that's why I don't get any views. I don't get that. I don't hit that sweet spot in the algorithm.
Yeah, that's how it works, though. Yeah, you have to support whatever they're pushing,
Whatever's
whatever they want people to talk about. If you're not talking about that, you're off. You're off the list.
When I click on the trending videos on YouTube, I'll scroll down and there's nothing I want to click on and watch. It's like, I mean, what in the world?
So what do you do to find that? You just type in like the search bar.
Really? You don't? Yeah. Hold on. Let me look because it's right there. I think like it's a when instead of your subscriptions, it's like one of those options right over there. It'll say trending. Yeah, you just have to check it out. It's pretty right there. Hey, Voynich.
Hey guys. Hi Michelle. Good to see you again.
Can she hear you?
Hi. No, I'm muted. I'm trying to look for this trending. But is it on the app box? I got my bell. Oh, you mean like in my?
No, it's on the left side of your screen, top left of your YouTube screen. It says subscriptions, trending, or homepage.
Right.
Oh my God! I've never ever touched that. I've never even noticed it before.
Yeah, that's supposed to be all
That's
trending
why.
top
That's the
videos,
problem.
I go straight to subscriptions. And,
Yeah, that's
and
the best option. You should always do that. I only do that, and sometimes.
That's all I do. I never even thought. So if I click trending, it'll take me all kinds of crazy. Like I'll be in psychedelic heaven or something.
Well, just go ahead and look. It's weird. Just all kinds of
You'll be amazed about the nonsense that goes on YouTube, and you'll be amazed at how many million views the most stupidest videos get. Really, the most stupidest videos get. It's really about nothing.
Probably wouldn't. Mind numbing stuff, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Get your mind off your problems, make you think about something else. I don't know.
Sport. Just go to sport if you're.
I'm gonna have to look in there probably tomorrow when I wake up again because I've been sleeping for so long. Like I'm stiff. Like I have to get up and move around.
I've been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes and 20 seconds right now.
Over a bucket.
For 2020. For 2020.
For 2024.
It was 12:20 when I typed it in. I've been in here about 20 minutes ish. It says you've been streaming for over 4 hours. Wow.
420.
Tommy's a marathon man.
Still 420. 420.50. Oh dear. So, Voynich, how are your lovely Christmas
my ladies on the balcony? Well,
ladies,
they're starting to burst. They're starting to pop, and there's already the butts are not soft, but they're hard. So coming along nice.
Like, the branches filling up? Like, I mean,
Yeah, and I've been taking away like the little ones. We call it the thieves. We take away the thieves of energy. The small buds at the start of the stem.
Right.
So that's working out fine, and I think it's gonna be. It looks better than previous years, actually.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
And we're up for one week of very sunny weather in September. So it's always good. It's always nice weather on my birthday. Monday is my birthday.
Oh, happy early birthday!
Happy birthday, brother!
You'll be 35.
I'm gonna be 7 times 7. So.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Okay. Wow.
That's my number, so that's okay.
Hey, it's my number too.
That's all right.
I have 3 sevens in my birthday.
7 times 7, and then 49 would make 2 7s, so you're 7 7 7 7.
Yeah. My first name numerical is also 7, and my last name is also 7. numerical. It's 313 and 997, and they're both prime numbers. So it's really weird. It's really weird.
Cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool.
Sorry.
I was trying to figure out who's that could be. So how's your bird there, Mad?
Oh, he's inside, mate. He's doing all right.
Inside, getting tortured by the repetitive
No, he's good.
show you make him watch, whatever. God.
He
What's the show?
sleeps.
Yeah.
When my girlfriend puts the iPad in front of him playing bird videos,
Oh my God.
he sleeps. He doesn't even listen. He doesn't care. He's got no care.
If he doesn't care, then why even put him through it? I mean, oh boy! All right.
But he gets upset. He gets upset without the videos. Though.
Yeah,
Where's the videos? Put
because
YouTube
he's
on.
been programmed to. He's been.
He's a dude, man.
He wouldn't know how to act without it because you've tortured him with it for so long. You know? Yeah.
No, he's a cool bird. I love him. He's awesome.
Boy. Yeah. A, you only missed your own YouTube homepage.
Hey, did you hear? I know I don't want to spend too much attention on the guy, but he got a strike, right? He's the spaghetti.
Oh,
he's 2 weeks.
Phony.
Finally, he got cooked. I told you you're gonna be cooked tomorrow, and yeah, he got cooked.
Because there was some people saying that they couldn't believe he hadn't been cooked already. Like it was just like, no, what in the world, But yeah, wow.
I never knew. I just said it, and it manifested. I like it.
I wonder for how long.
Right? Oh well.
Wow. But I mean, if he would use that passion, elsewhere, I mean, man, he's just so stuck on, hating on people and just, just wow. I just, it's sad and pathetic. We're talking about one of our haters, Awake and Activate, that has been attacking a lot of people in the community, but he knew he took it too far when he started, attacking the women, in our community, and that. But yeah, it's I just pray for him and people like that think that they have the right to judge and be so mean to to people that he needs some help. That dude needs some help for real. Phony does. Phony Tony. There you go.
Well, doesn't that go with the reap what you sow? What you put out, whatever vibration or whatever you speak out or what you do unto another you're going to reap it. It's going to come back. I mean, that's spiritual law.
I mean, he's popular. Why was he so popular, man? I mean, he's got, thousands of subscribers, and he's, people will just dig in and well, of course, the Stavely haters, definitely, love him because he's been on Stavely, for quite a while. But I mean, to just go live and just, or make or upload hit pieces on people, I mean, man, I guess I could pick my worst enemy and but make hit pieces, and my worst enemy, of course, I do make hit pieces about. That's the New World Order and a whole. That's the group. But I mean, I'm not gonna say, I'm just gonna pick somebody I've had a problem with in the past, Cartoon Ball, who we trusted, and now who makes hit pieces on us or whatever. I don't return the favor and just start blah 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 blah, and hating on him. No, I pray for him. He decided to leave the community, the group. This has been a while anyway, but people can do whatever they want. But I don't understand why you have to totally destroy a bridge, and then just go on and on and on and on about somebody. I mean, why don't you just move on with your life then? If you weren't happy with me or somebody in the community or whatever, good grief.
Well, to me, it's perfectly clear that people that can do that are protected and are sent on a mission and are probably paid.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
right.
it's impossible not to be.
Or they've just got some really deep issues, and they've gone off the deep end, and just just ain't the right no more, and they just making don't make no sense. But yeah, I mean, because how much? I mean, how many of those are out there? Those paid. I mean, because
well, I have my suspicion about certain people. There are also, I've heard some weird things. I've had a very good conversation with Richard, Ceiling Fan Man, and we talked it out in private. No, we didn't have any problem, but he had some issues on YouTube, and I had some issues, and we both didn't know about each other's issues all too much, so we had a lot to talk about, and yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not scared to say that I disagree with. I like Ceiling Fan a lot, but I do disagree with him if he still believes in we came from monkeys. I mean, I don't tell people that or believe that myself. I mean, I don't. But he's a great guy. That's the only thing I can say that that a little bit bothers me about him, that he believes that, but hey, he's free to believe what he wants.
Does he believe that? I mean, he's a dedicated Bible reader.
I know, but he still thinks we came from monkeys.
Oh,
he feels
okay. That doesn't add up, but okay.
I mean, hey, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It is.
Yeah, but that's not something you can hold against somebody. I mean, that's not an attack against you or anybody, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I've always, I mean,
there's a difference in opinion, and that shouldn't bother too much.
Now, I would be upset if he tried to convince me to be on board with that. I mean, I would, if I told him no, whatever. But I mean, because that's not something I even want to really debate with somebody, because I mean, good grief. And I know it's just a rumor, but I mean, a lot of people believe that in the story that Darwin on his deathbed renounced, the evolution theory, and that he pushed it on people. But I hope he did, because I hate for him to have that over his head, that he did mislead so many people.
That if it's still in theory, it's not proven. It's not a fact.
Anything but they teach it in school like it is now.
Well, it's still theory, though. Darwin's theory. That's not a fact. It has to be scientifically proven, no matter where it is done, wherever the experiment. It has to be with the same results exactly before it can become a fact. Just saying. Yeah. Yeah. So don't worry, hon. Don't worry. Be happy. You didn't come from monkeys. We know better. We know where we came from. We know where we're going. So why worry about it?
Maybe that's why they took Curious George's tail away from him, so they could he's becoming human. Yeah.
Right.
Oh my gosh. But what happened? What these poor monkeys that still exist? Why didn't they evolve? I mean, come on. Monkeys wouldn't be here if that was true. Some things are just blatant. You know what I mean? Some things are just so in our face that it's like, to say those kind of things should be just okay. Well, that's your perception, and you can choose to validate their perception if you agree, or have your own perception. But it's not worth the breath of argument.
It's blasphemy too, obviously, because I mean, God can create a human and an animal. He did, so Darwinism says no, you can't. It has to evolve, and that's crap. I mean, that to me, that's that just that's just telling the creator, I don't think you could create the both. It has to what no, he can certainly can and did, and and now man is figuring out how to create or manipulate, and I think history repeats itself, and this is not the first time, obviously, but but certainly they're trying to some people are trying to change, evolve, make humans evolve into something else by changing their DNA, and I think that vaccines will do it. Will be the start of it for real. I think all vaccines are meant to harm you in anyway. So this agenda has been going on for a long time.
What's that, Glenn? Is that cousin It or a Schnauzer?
That's my dog.
Right, cousin It.
That's my dog, Fluffy.
Yeah, he looks fluffy. Yeah.
Hey, Tommy, as a biblical believer, though, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
When you're filled with the Spirit, you have the full reveal or kind of partial reveal. They shall take up poisonous things, and it shall hurt them not. So if you believe something is poisonous, you're going to reap what you sow. If you know that it's not going to hurt you, then it's not. So taking a vaccine, if you think it's going to hurt you, it will. If you don't, if you're not concerned about it, then it won't. Because remember, in Christ, you can take
but
up.
it's still my choice to not take it, right? And I don't want it.
You should have free choice, exactly. But what I'm saying is, this from the Bible. You know what? That's all I was trying to find out.
I get that too. If I were to, I think, yeah, most of the time, in most cases, yeah. If I do take something, that it could harm me, that he would protect me if I'm one of his, right? Is that what you're saying?
And how can you be outside of his when God is one and he loves us all, and all he is unconditional love, pouring out his unconditional love on the object of his affection, which is each and every one of us. There's no shadow of turning. It's in man-made duality. Man wants to lord over, or man has caused this schism, and since we created it, we have to find our way out of it. It's up to us in our free will to choose correctly and to be still and let God be God. Let God walk with God in the cool of the day.
I always say let go and let God guide you.
Absolutely.
In everything you do and say every day there. But well, what about God's judgment? Do you not believe in a judgment day at some point?
I believe that man is trying to sit on the throne of judgment, and man is who is judging one another and cursing one another and laying low one another. God is exactly what I said. He's unconditional love, only light,
God
and
is love.
pours out unconditional love
Right.
without expecting a return.
Well, don't we punish our kids in love, in the name of love too?
Depends on what you are deeming punishment or correction.
Yeah, all right.
God can correct. God can correct by, you can ask for something in prayer and think that you're not getting your prayer answered. For example, you can say, I desire to have X, Y, and Z happen. But then as it comes to pass, X, Y, and Z doesn't transpire in the way that you're expecting it to, but it's happening. It's all in the timing. Maybe you break your leg and it lays you up because maybe Z is the perfect job with the perfect pay for you to be able to take care of your family wonderfully. But that job's not available yet. So he has to lay you up for a little while. In the meantime, you're working more on your craft with your hands and your arms, and you're building up more strength and muscle, so that you're working on X, Y, and Z, but God's working through you, preparing you for Z. And when Z comes about, you're like, oh my gosh, I wish I could have seen it from, the beginning to understand how God was working out what I asked for in my life. How foolish of me to sit there and yell at God for not answering my prayer when the entire time he heard me and already answered.
We should thank the Creator for answered and unanswered prayers, because we if we get selfish and we think God's a wishing well,
Well, I must tell you that a friend of mine, she admitted to me yesterday or the day before yesterday. She said, "Yeah, I'm a believer now." I said, "Wow, have you become a believer?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "How did that come to happen?" And she said, "Well, I just realized how blessed I was with the things I got and the proceedings of this and that." And she said, "I was just being thankful to him, and I really felt that somebody was listening." So she wasn't calling out for something to get. She wasn't praying for something to end, but she was just being thankful, like for half an hour. Like, "Oh man, that's so good, and that's so good in my life, and that's so good, and you're doing." I said, "Wow." And she said, "Yeah, but I really felt like somebody was listening, saying, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm." So I think she was never looking for him, and she didn't denounce it or deny it, but she was just not interested. And she just told me like, "Yeah, but I'm a believer now." I said, "Wow, that's good news. That's good news, Annelies." Yeah.
That is awesome. Gratitude goes so far.
Right.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
great. That's awesome story. Thank you.
Yeah. Just by saying thanks, not by having her prayers answered, but just by saying thanks. And yeah, it's awesome.
Amen.
Yeah, being grateful for the people that you have in your life, being grateful for the enhancements that they do,
Yeah.
everything. But I'm more about people. I like people more than anything else. And this, I love people more than anything else, because what we have to offer to one another is off the charts. I mean, it's amazing what we're able to do, and how we've been blessed. We can't even comprehend if we're in our carnal mind. We can't even begin to comprehend. Once we come out of carnal thinking or worldly thinking, then we start to get a better understanding of who we are and what God is to us, and how to connect and everything going on. It's just amazing. What do you got?
How to see Uranus in the night sky without a telescope this week. Uranus.
Oh, okay. It looked like golf ball to me.
Right.
Without any pucks. A smooth golf ball.
A postcard arrived in Michigan almost 100 years after it went in the mail. Wow.
So, Tommy, do you feel in your heart that that you know, or that any man would know, or that any person, any man that's been through life, or the situations or the afflictions or the experiences that we have, deserves a punishment or a wrathful type judgment, or a judgment of blessings bestowed upon them, and right-minded and sober-minded and thinking? You brought up judgment earlier,
Well,
so
I mean, you know that I believe in evil, and that what's the opposite of good. I think people do evil to show their loyalty to Satan. And we do good to show our loyalty to God. So I mean, and if I do think there's I like where we differ is I do think there is real evil in the world, in the sense that people that are loyal to the dark side, loyal to Satan, are willing to do unimaginable, unthinkable things, to innocent people, especially kids, and why shouldn't there be, some extra punishment, extra harsh punishment for somebody that can steal the innocence from a kid, or really from anybody. I just, I don't know what else to say on that.
So you
I'm
think
not even
there's
saying
a
that there's definitely a burning hell somewhere. Sorry, I'm not even saying that there's definitely a lake of fire, burning hell. That for every person that whatever does evil. But just like you have a free will to do good or bad or evil, you can, you could definitely change your future, even if you've done evil in the past. And I woke up, I can hear my grandson. He's up. I'm probably going to have him in a minute. But anyway, unless he goes back to sleep. But yeah, so why shouldn't there be, harsh consequences for people that do extreme things, to innocence, people within, that.
But how do you know that extreme things weren't done onto them?
Well,
And
they are in most cases. Okay, yeah, I get that. So they're acting out what they were,
what if they're
what they
just
went through.
broken? They're just so broken down.
No,
It's
but
already destroyed that they don't even.
okay, I can tell you examples of that. Like the one that's in prison for life. Her son that now thinks that she never did anything wrong. But yet, I mean, it's and he's obsessed with his mother, but yet she made him do the unthinkable things to his own sister, and now he thinks that we're all wrong for thinking she did wrong. I mean, where do you go with that? I mean, and he's probably doing the same things. Like I'm saying, he's probably or has those desires to do things to kids.
Oh, that's terrible.
Bring him to me if you have to.
Well, let me ask you another question, and then I'll leave you alone for a little while.
I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind debate. I'm surprised. Because I know how you definitely don't don't really buy into the evil part of it. But I mean,
No, no,
I
no.
like it when you explain why.
I think people have free will and they choose. But what I want to ask you is, this is a core belief that I hold strongly. I believe there's only one God. There's none that can even come close. Not any created being can come close to the Almighty. But when we say Satan and God, and there's a war or things like that, we're creating two gods. Do you believe in one God?
Well, there is supposed to, Satan is the god of this realm here. This.
There is many gods, but there's only one creator.
Right. Yes, of course.
Boom.
Oh yeah. So I mean, you can call the devil a god because there are many gods. Yes, of course. And so, but yeah, I know that he can never outdo. He can never be God, and he can't outdo him. That's the whole thing. Satan wanted to be just as powerful as our Creator, and he couldn't get his way. And that's. I mean, that's what's going on. Is he's still trying to get his way, and
Are you God, Tommy?
I'm only a something built in his his image or whatever, and I'm playing the role that he wants me to be. And I mean, if at some point he gives me some kind of I don't know, power, or turns me into an angel or whatever. I'm down with that, but I don't want to be like him. I wouldn't want to be the creator of everything, and I don't want to be equal to him, like on that, where I'm, worshipped and all that stuff, like him. We should only worship him, and praise him, you know. But
Does pure love, pure unconditional love, need anything in return to pour out its affections?
No, right?
no, of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't need it. But
God loved us first, and that's what draws us want to come nigh. We want to be close to God because the love that is poured out regardless upon us. What about the prodigal son then? Do you feel that the prodigal son should not have been welcomed back into the father's house because he was bad and went out and did his lascivious living? He should have been judged and punished? Or is it okay that he came home? Because remember, the other son wasn't so innocent himself when he showed jealousy. I ask you tough ones. Is it too late? And I'm sick, so you can't take everything I say, but so.
Right.
Well,
I mean, I get that and I get that God forgives, people of anything that they repent, they come to Him and ask. See, that's the thing.
Yes, the throne of grace, the throne of forgiveness is there's spiritual law. But first, you have to acknowledge your mistake.
All right,
if you don't know what your mistake is, you can't ask for forgiveness because you're not asking in the right state of mind in order for it to be thrown into the sea of forget.
All right.
When you're under spiritual law. But we also know to overcome spiritual law is with pure unconditional love, which is what we should all be striving to be like our Father, to be like our Creator, which is all pure, perfect love, perfecting ourselves one to another, looking onto you and seeing myself clearly.
Well, I think it started
clearly.
out that way. It started out that way, and there's been a slow but sure, falling away from that. So, see, I definitely believe that Adam and Eve started out they didn't even know they were naked, and they did, they had that perfect love, so that it's just, generation after generation we've gotten slow. It's 4:20 somewhere, by the way. But anyway, we've gotten farther away from that. So wouldn't it be awesome if we had been Adam and Eve, or right shortly after them, where until it got corrupt with this, this way of life has gotten hacked and corrupted and manipulated, and so but yeah, it would be amazing to just have every single person and animal have perfect love, and it would be just amazing. It really would be awesome and amazing, and just like heaven.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
So when you say many gods, whom are you referring when you say many gods? When you're saying that
any god is like, you could create one right now. I mean, that's what's happened, is so many people have created their own gods or whatever,
idols.
And idols. Yeah. So I mean, there you go. I mean, that they're endless. And some of them might even be real to some extent or whatever. But they're not as powerful as our Creator, the one true Creator. So
like following somebody instead of walking beside them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
not just me, Michael, because I mean, please don't give me all too much credit, because there's so many of us out there that all of us, right here, all of us, that just want people to know, that their creator and have a relationship with him, and just love the truth and spread it. And you know yeah, I mean, we should definitely focus more on creating the atmosphere we want to live in. Um,
You know that I think that people that love and honor nature and truth are just as Christian as people that read the Bible, or might be even more Christian. I think
Sure.
even if they don't know the Bible or they don't know God, but they honor truth, and they're not lying, and they're
Yeah.
taking care of nature, and that nature take care of them. I mean, I think that's a way to be close to the Creator and the creation without constantly shouting out His name or your allegiance to Him, right? I think it's perfectly possible to be known by God or by the Creator without ever having read the Bible. I mean, yeah, that's what I think.
I just flip flop this around. I love that option now. But yeah, I feel you, man, and I think we definitely need to realize that our everything we do and say and think, is in play, and so if we let go and let God, guide us in everything we say and do, and even think, for that matter, every day, then you know we will create a much better place. If if we just turn off the TV and the listening and following the Johnsons, keeping up with the Johnsons, trying to be in a competition with everybody. That's what's become, a big competition between everybody, and instead of working as a whole, and just it's become this phony capitalism, and dog eat dog world. It's sick, but we can fix sick. But yeah, uh, it's a wild, wild, wild world we live in, and wild time to be alive.
And we are the ones we've been waiting for. Have the renewing of your mind, a circumcised heart, a paradigm shift. Walk on a new earth. Watch the heavens roll back like a scroll, and therefore you will know who you are in truth, and all will be revealed. With that, you guys, I'm going to bounce because I'm not feeling well, but I'm going to hang out in the chat for just a little bit longer. I
Yeah,
love
we're not
you,
going to be
Gwen.
on too
Love
much
you,
longer.
Tommy. Thank you for having me on.
Yes, always.
Mad Pieman, wherever you dozed off to. Good night, guys.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, Michelle, I hope all goes well.
Yeah, get better soon.
Get well soon, right?
Still here.
Definitely.
Teenage in the house. Teenage.
Yeah, it's good to see Dean. Yep. No
He's
doubt.
my private relaxed reporter from UK.
Yeah, that was lovely.
That was crazy, right? So spontaneous. Yeah.
Yep. So, so do you gonna make a channel that's Voy News, too? Then
I might. I could just change the name of the third channel, maybe, or the second channel. Yeah.
Yeah. Now look, I named this one tonight the Not Too Late Truth Talk Show. So when you see that, what does that mean to you? Just like right off the bat, like
Well,
am I talking? Am I talking about the time of day, or what? Or what?
Yeah, I think you're talking about the time of day. Yeah.
But I'm actually talking about it's not too late to, get your house in order, get prepared, that way too. But really, it started out being just the I'm not, because I have the late
Like,
talk, wanting
yeah.
to. All right, but
Just want
still,
to get out that there's still time to repent and
right.
to
Yeah,
change
see,
ways,
that's
right?
yeah. So the not too late, yeah, not too late for the truth. It's not too late for you. Yeah, it's not. And like I said, I love that. We all love the truth here. We all try to keep everybody in a positive and in the light, out of the dark, and it's like none of us have every single piece of the puzzle, and if we did, we probably wouldn't be on here, because we'd be so sure of ourselves that we wouldn't need anybody else's input, But you can tell that every one of us in this group is here to seek other people's input, and and put out what we know too, and just try to make our lives easier, and help each other, in the ways that we can, and just encourage each other, and we just I don't think another group does it better than what we do when we're doing our thing, and yeah, YouTube is trying, and other platforms are trying to show their loyalty to the beast system, and silence us, but I think the reason they haven't silenced us all, just like one fell swoop, is because they know that we're people are always going to, there's always going to be a big amount of people that are going to seek out the truth. So our messages will be heard by those who need it or want to hear it, even if they take us off of this platform for good. And I think YouTube is finding that out, that there are alternatives to it, and that we're not scared to use them, and that other people, they're finding out that people in general are not scared to go to those other platforms too, when they want to be around like-minded people like us that are trying to make
Yeah.
it feel better.
Well, you and I, we experienced the same feeling, I guess, like in this community. And but the thing that Rose said the other day was like she's been on the internet for far longer than I have been, and she's been in his chat rooms and certain communities, so to say. And she said that she's never experienced so much attention and love and loyalty as this community, right? So that should tell you something.
Yeah,
Right.
there was a community way back in the day that was set up for the military to communicate with their from with back overseas to their family, back home, and that started out great, and it was like what we have here, but then eventually it just got hijacked, and it turned into just crap,
Snake pit.
Yeah, exactly, and garbage. So yeah, I don't. I think that we're dealing with real enough people. We talk enough. We see each other enough. And we 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 there's a
People sending each other's gifts, right? I get a gift from Robert Alley. I sent licorice to Miriam Yahushua, and I take Kelly out for a day on the beach, right? And a ceiling fan man wants to send me something, and
yeah.
George Floyd Bingo is sending me the painting that I want so much. It hasn't arrived yet, but he already packed it for sending. So yeah, I think it's quite awesome, and people helping each other out, right? Like
We're the best.
somebody needs a computer. Okay, we're gonna send you some money, and you know, the thing with Brian, and then Christian Knapp comes to Brian to help him select the right computer and the right thing. It's pretty awesome. And Steffi helping Brian out,
and then Brian making the thing for Karen B to get her computer too. Yeah.
Right. And then Zachary helping Karen in the garden, and I mean, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you see where Karen, or I don't know, I guess yes, Karen was there. And Ted went to the Georgia Guidestones. Did you see that video?
No.
Yeah, it was on Facebook. I'm sure have it on YouTube if it's not already. But, that was pretty interesting that they went.
Seeing Doc Michael is gonna deliver a present to Rose 777. I mean, it's just it's not only virtual, you know. People say, yeah, but it's virtual. No, it's not virtual. When you're talking to somebody on the phone, is it virtual or are you having really contact? No, you're having contact. So why is the screen? You know, I mean, we're all on the phone and we can see each other and other people. It's not virtual. It's on the computer, but it's not really virtual. Virtual is a game. Right? If you're constantly gaming, that is virtual. But this isn't virtual.
Michelle Rose has no idea what should be landing in her lap. That's nice. Rose only lives like 200 miles from me, so definitely would be nice to, meet up with her some point or whatever. At least just, if there's something going on, a meetup, near us. Definitely.
And then there's Zachary from Need to Connect, who's gonna get kicked out of his house, and JMO offering help. I mean, it's pretty awesome, guys. It's pretty awesome. And then there's also these trolls and these negativity, but I see so much help and so much understanding and giving and receiving. And knowledge and diversity and creativity. I mean, people making songs for each other, right? People making fun of each other. I mean, there's so much going on.
I've seen trolls turn into followers and truthers too. So.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, yep. There's been a few. I'm not going to say any names, but there's definitely
that's cool.
Yeah. It's happened.
Yeah.
But and that's what we're here for too. It's not just the sheeple. We'll help even the people that are ready to let go of the New World Order and their loyalty to it, and and come to this side. So that's and I love whistleblowers, too. So if they want to just become a whistleblower and defect from that crap, and I denounce it, But as for me, I don't want to support or condone, extreme bad behavior. I'll say that instead of evil. For sake of the show. Anyway, a day from my birthday. Yep. I think we're gonna wrap this up soon. I know that some of y'all are probably just getting up and would rather it go on for another hour or so, but I'll probably wrap this up around 5:30. 5:30. At 5 hours and 30-minute mark live, because we're at 5:06 now, and I'm gonna start stuttering and forgetting what to say, and not being able to think of what to say soon if I don't get off and get some rest. But man, I just love these opportunities we get to fellowship and debate and talk about what's going on and what we think is going on and the cause of certain things. So What is going on, Mad Pieman? Have you fell out on us yet? Are you awake? Yep. I see you moving around. Still awake, huh?
Still here.
And it's what time there?
Still here, mate.
Yeah, what time is it there?
What do we got? 6:37 p.m.
Wow. Yep. So you're laying down a little early anyway, then.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's see if Voynich comes back, and I'm gonna probably find a song or two to play. I was gonna look for a good 9/11 truth song, if there are any. Let's see what we have. List of songs about September 11 attacks. No. 9/11 conspiracy songs borrows Bee Gees, Staying Alive. I've probably heard that one.
Staying alive.
9/11 Inside Job Anti-War Song by Steve Wallace Music. That's interesting.
I'm just chilling, mate. My guts are not good. My stomach's no good, man.
So this is 9/11 Inside Job Anti-War Songs. The upside down peace sign. There are so many questions about 9/11 truth, yet you never saw it in the newspaper. That proves how strictly this country is under censorship and the media only works for the government insiders. Tuesday, March 2nd, 2010, in the Washington Times, in an article published in Inside the Beltway Explosive News, Jennifer Harper writes about the enigmas surrounding the inside job of 9/11. February 22nd, 222, that is, uh, 2010, a lingering technical question about the September 11 terrorist attack still haunts some, and it has political implications. How did 200,000 tons of steel disintegrate at a drop in 11 seconds? A thousand architects, techs, and engineers want to know and are calling on Congress to order a new investigation. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I just seen. Sorry that I'm. I just seen somebody say that they cannot find JMO's channel. I can't find it either. It's not in my subscriptions anymore. So JMO's channel, I think it might have been taken down.
Wow. Huh.
Or he gave himself another name, but I don't know. I have his mail address, so I will send him a mail.
So this is a song that this guy wrote, Stephen Wallace, and it says the CIA had a plan that day. Oh yeah, the CIA had a plan that day. They were influenced by the KKK. They linked up with the Skull and Bone Society in a conspiracy to cause a big tragedy. The Project for a New American Century wanted a new Pearl Harbor in the so-called land of the free. Did they try to shoot the aeroplanes in the sky, or did they say, let's send our interceptor planes the wrong way? Explosives demolition the towers from below, as you can see in a loose change video. Senior Republicans were advised not to fly. Computer modeling predicted they would die. There was massive insider dealing on the stock market the day before. Perhaps they knew that the inside job would justify war. Did they try to shoot the airplanes? Did they try to shoot down the airplanes in the sky, or did they say let's send our interceptor planes the wrong way? Iraq was Sunni, Al Qaeda was Shia. For most analysts, the difference was clear. About them having strong links, Bush lied. His main strategy was to divide Muslims and Christians and Jews. It was a very successful ruse. Now Muslims in Iraq are at each other's throats, and U.S. companies get a lot of dollar notes for Iraq's reconstruction. When really there's loads of destruction. Bush and Blair pretended that their main enemies were Islamic extremists. The rule of big business is really threatened by socialists and anarchists. Blair has known Blair has now gone and British troops are leaving. The occupation could soon end and leave Iraqis building and grieving. Did they try to shoot down the airplanes in the sky, or did they say let's send our interceptor planes the wrong way? Interesting lyrics there. And this is a website called Anti-War Songs that I found it on. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to JMO. I'm a bit worried because he was in a he sort of was in a fight with Spaghetti.
Oh, well then see, he's probably just gone for a minute or two, whatever. What does it say when you didn't have his channel bookmarked?
No, I see that I lost 2 subscriptions. I had 908 and now it's 906. So I don't know.
You're at 908? Wow.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm at because I haven't looked in a while, but wow.
But I had like 998, and then since a week or so, they unsubscribed me from several channels because I didn't unsub 80 channels. Sometimes I see like, oh, those channels I don't need to be subscribed to anymore, so I will clean out a little because they don't have any content or anything. But I certainly didn't unsubscribe from 80.
Right.
Or 90, that is even.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I'm signed into Tommy Tell the Truth too, so I can't see how many I have. But on the other one, but wow, yeah, I think you're probably past me because I haven't been active on it. So, I only needed 140 the last time I looked to get to 1,000. But yeah, I don't know. I think you might be. That's cool though. Heck yeah! So you're gonna be there soon. We've come a long way in a short time. Ooh. When we started, what was it, like 600 that we both had or something when we started taking notice or whatever?
Yeah. Yeah, but you surpassed me.
Yeah, but then it looks like you have surpassed me now, I think, because I haven't been live, so I haven't been gaining,
No, I'm at 727 at the moment on my main channel.
I thought you said 908 or something.
Oh no, that's the people that I am subscribed to.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your subscriptions. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I'm subscribed to like 1,000, 1,100 or something like that on my main channel. And
Yeah.
only and less than 100 on my backup. But I'm adding to that every day. Oh, man. Yeah, I can't hang in here much longer. Boy, I am just tired. So, well, let's send out some good vibes for JMO, and I hope he's coming back. Everything's cool. Man. Phony needs to just knock it off, man. Dang. Crazy. Dude's crazy. All right. Did I ever find some songs?
So I just sent JMO an email.
Either
So
my
maybe we'll find out.
somebody was just snoring. Okay. Great. Oh, I know why I'm hearing snoring. It's mad. All right, we're gonna. Mad's backstage now because he fell asleep. He finally fell asleep on us. I was like, man, is my cat snoring? I could hear it, Mad fell asleep. That's only about the half a dozen times he's fell asleep while on the show. Boy, rest. You gotta rest to stay the best, Mad. So I'm right behind you, man. I'm on the bed soon. We've been on for almost 5 hours and 20 minutes right now. Ooh. And I am feeling it. Who's this one for? Hmm. 29, 29 minutes. It says only 29 minutes passed between the two World Trade Centers falling. 29 is 11.
Yeah.
Good grief, man. I'm seeing a lot of 11. Yeah, I had to take Matt out of the show. He was snoring. I thought somebody was behind me snoring, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it's Matt.
Of course it's Mad.
Oh, dear. Are you a snorer, Voynich? Do you know if you snore? Are you?
No.
I guess I do a little bit sometimes, but I have a deviated separate nose, whatever, messed up nose. But for the most part, I don't snore, but I'm sure occasion I do.
I hate it when people snore because I usually sleep late. It takes me some time to fall asleep, and when I'm in a room or in a house with somebody that snores,
Oh man,
I'm like, and I know how to stop it. I just say their name, but then it stops for a minute, and then they start again.
Yeah, my buddy Kenny, man, he was a coworker and buddy. Um, he will, boy, he snores so loud, and he he would come over and fall asleep on my couch, just like just sitting there, not even laying down. He'd just fall asleep, and oh my goodness, man, and then like um just he anywhere like my grandfather, my mom's dad, he would fall asleep in the middle of a conversation with you, and then a couple minutes later he's snoring. It's like, man, my dad's a snorer too, real loud snore. But anyway, what I was trying to say with Kenny, me and Kenny went to New Mexico last year for our boss, my current boss. um, and we took traded a truck, his show truck for a show car. So we stopped somewhere along the line and got a hotel room, and I couldn't sleep, being in the same room, even, because he just snored and snored and snored. I had to eventually go in the bathroom and, with the fan on and just, I even lay down in the tub for a little bit, like, golly, dude, just to get away from that snoring.
I know. I was in a hotel, and I was also with this guy who snores like hell. And we went to sleep early because we went to bed early because next day we had to get up, and we had to fetch Christmas trees. It was in Denmark, so I just got up and I went to the bar. I said, "Dude, I'm gonna need another room, or even just a closet. I don't care, but I can't sleep there." And all these guys were like, they were laughing their asses off, and they said, "We don't have another room." I said, "Then I will just sleep in a closet. Just give me anything. I just can't sleep there." So they gave me some drinks, and they say, "Now you will sleep. Now you will sleep." So, and it worked. It worked. Some whiskey.
PK censored again. Who has a new video? And Suso uploaded "Forgetting the Mandela Effect, deactivating Facebook energy beam weapon fires, food or famine." Huh. He's saying he's forgetting about the Mandela Effect. I don't know. I have to watch that at some point. All right. I gotta find us a song to get us on out of here soon, because oh man, it is night time. I'd like to get at least a couple hours sleep before the sun comes up and shines on me.
That is desirable. Yeah.
Let's see here. Do you think I'll get in trouble if I play the 9/11 song that borrows the Bee Gees' "Staying Alive"?
What's that? Staying Alive? You're gonna play Staying Alive?
Well, it's a 9/11 version.
Oh, okay.
You never heard it?
No.
9/11 conspiracy song borrows Bee Gees' "Staying Alive." All right, so we're gonna play it, and then
Let's hear it.
Say our goodbye. Uh-oh, it looks like it's not on there anymore. So maybe I can find it on somewhere else. Let's see. Yeah, it's no longer available due to copyright claim by Warner Chappell Music. Chunks. Let's see. So I have to find it on YouTube. Okay, let's see. Down here. Screen share.
Monitor and the #1 compact SUV.
It's got, holy crap, 563 million, a half a billion. Oh, this is the real song. Yeah, no, I can't play that. I was gonna say, do you see how many views it's got, man? Half a billion views. That's
Wow.
insane. They got 2 million subscribers. This is the Bee Gees, their official YouTube.
Well, it's a pretty funky song, though.
Yeah, but we need to hear the 9/11 version though. Find the type. Let's see.
Good night, Ben Flat.
We might not
It's
be able to
always
find.
Ben Flat.
Oh,
Sorry?
Ben's leaving.
Ben's leaving.
Hey, Ben, before you go, I'm getting baptized tomorrow in Molino, and brother Machine Monkey's the one that's going to be baptized me. You know, who's also in our area. Just thought I'd let you know that. It's pretty cool. All right. So where is it, dude? I think they removed that song because it was 9/11. You know, related. Freebies, Disco 9/11, Staying Alive. This might be it then. All right. Let's see.
Yep. That looks like it. Pigeons, pigeons! Oh, pigeons!
This is from the old school, new school.
Building smell, there was something wrong. It's time to tell. Spread the word, it's nothing new. You gotta educate yourself in truth. It's not alright, it's not okay. You should to look the other way. We can help you understand. New York Times, take back the man. We are nothing away. We are 9/11's a lie. 9/11's a lie.
9/11's a lie. 9/11's a lie. 9/11's a lie. 9/11's a lie. None of them's alive. Ooh.
Do the hand jive. Excellent combination in the mix, man. Wow. So fucking fake.
I'm gonna put that in the chat. Link to that. Wow. That's crazy. Let's see. That is from Revealed Truth that shared that. He's only got 150 subscribers. Or she. Let's look into it. They're about. Oh, yeah, everyone. That's good. wow, his channel's just a little newer than mine. I started mine in April of 2009. I mean, January of 2009. They started theirs on 420, 420, 2009. 420. Let's see. So, huh. Yeah, they must have stopped uploading at some point. Look at chemtrails. Yes, 6 years ago, the last time they uploaded the most important Illuminati cards. They got 6,000, almost 7,000 views on that on their last 9,000 there. Yeah. Huh. Wow. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Should we give? Yeah, I'm gonna give them. They're not coming back anyway, but I'll subscribe to them anyway. Maybe let's give 151. All right. Well, unintended consequences. Hey, there you are. 13.
I can see.
Eh, eh, eh. Ripping rabbit hole earlier.
That's a pretty good channel too. Rip on Rabbit Hole.
Wi-Fi flu is coming for you. Ooh, man. I'm gonna have to save that. Might share some of that next time I'm live. Or all right, guys. Well, I'm gonna wrap this one up and call it a show. As we're getting more people come in too. Dang it. If you know the Bee Gees are pure disco, press 1. Yeah, man.
That's
All
funny.
right. It is. It is. Dang. I wish I could hang out with y'all 24/7, but you know we can't all do that. Man, thanks for being here, guys. I hate that I'm gonna.
Thanks for having us, Tommy.
We got 15 people in here, and I hate when I, leave a show with a good number of people. But you guys have ideas,
All good things come to an end. Parties weren't meant to last.
Been on for 5 hours and 35 minutes. So it's not like I'm cheating you out of much, It's not like I came on for 35 minutes and said, "Oh, bye." But I came on tonight, like many other nights, thinking I'd be on for an hour or two, and now it's 5 hours or something. So
It's always like that.
yeah, I love you guys to pieces, man, and I really appreciate all your wisdom and insight. And I'm so glad when you joined me and Mad joins me, and everybody that regular joins me. You guys are great, and it's always awesome to be around you guys. So, all right, hang in there this weekend and enjoy whatever you can, and be good to each other. And God bless you all. Tommy here, Tommy out, and hold on, let's put Matt back in.
Final words by Glenn.
Oh, I heard it right when I turned it on. I heard a score.
Okay, peace out, guys. Ciao.
Yeah, man. Take care. All right. I'll see you soon. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, guys.